health and well-being of the female lawyers, these are just some of the issues we will touch on today. I urge you to sit back and participate fully in what promises to be a very, very interesting and thought-provoking discussion. I believe in the skillfulness of all our speakers and panelists to navigate these issues and stimulate our minds with their rich experiences and insights. I have every confidence that we will have a great time and receive a mandate to change our space today. And I hope that at the end of it, everybody will benefit, even the little girl across Nigeria who wants to be a lawyer. And so while these are not closing remarks, but welcoming remarks, I cannot end without acknowledging and especially thanking and indeed welcoming all our event sponsors today. I want to especially thank you, all the sponsors, and indeed the collaborators from across the internationally as well as locally. Thank you for the confidence reposed in us. Thank you for your contributions, both in cash and in kind. On this note, I'd like to welcome you all to this wonderful, interesting, and thought-provoking event. And I'll catch you up later. Thank you, everybody.
Madam Chair, Conference Chair, you stated that your job was to just introduce us to the conversation. But I think that you've done much more than that. You've set the tone for the conversation. You have pointed us to some issues that need to be discussed. And you've put some teasers and some thought-provoking words in our hearts. So thank you for that welcome address. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor, such great pleasure, to welcome, to introduce the chairperson of the NBA Women Forum for her welcome address. Now I say it's a special honor because to a lot of people she's the chairperson of the NBA Women Forum, a senior advocate of Nigeria, and a first of many. But to me, she's much more. She was my lecturer in the University of Ibadan. So it's such great pleasure to make welcome Professor Oluyemisi Bangoshe. Just a few things about our chairperson. Professor Oluyemisi Bangoshe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is a professor of criminal law, criminology, and human rights. She's the first and presently the only female professor of law in Nigeria to be conferred with the rank of the Senior Advocate of Nigeria in September 2018. She is the chairperson of the NBA Women Forum. Professor Bangoshe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, joined the services of the Faculty of Law, University of Ibadan in 1987, and she became a professor of law in 2003. She was the first female head of department in the Faculty of Law, and she served 2 tenures between 1997 and 2003. The professor and learned Silk later served as Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Ibadan between 2009 and 2014. She served as the chairperson of the study group on the death penalty of the government for the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. She's a member of Nigeria's National Committee on the Reform of Discriminatory Laws Against Women. Professor Bangoshe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, has a strong interest in women and children issues, and she's spoken at many conferences on issues relating to women and children. She was the guest speaker at the celebration of 100 years of women in law at St. Louis University, St. Louis, USA in 2008. Professor Bangoshe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, a widely traveled scholar who belongs to many national and international bodies, has published over 100 articles, books, and technical reports in English language and translations into other languages in both national and international outlets. Professor Bangoshe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is a fellow of Seminar, Austria, and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. It is such great pleasure to make welcome the chairperson of the NBA Women Forum, Professor Oluyemisi Bandoshe, Senior Advocate.
Our Excellency, First Lady of Taraba State, Mrs. Anna Ishaku, Our Excellency, First Lady of Imo State, Mrs. Chioma Uzodinma, members of the Judiciary, President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Olumide Akwata, past presidents of the NBA, national officers of the NBA, learned senior advocates of Nigeria, and distinguished benches here present, Chief Folake Sholanke, SAN CON, the first female senior advocate of Nigeria, our keynote speaker, Mrs. Obi Ezekwesili, our distinguished statesmen and eldest citizens, captains of industry, gentlemen of the bar, ladies and gentlemen of the media, our esteemed invited guests, our conference sponsors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum International Women's Day Conference. The NBA Women Forum, which is an arm of the Nigerian Bar Association, is a forum of female lawyers committed to the well-being of women globally. Standing together, we have resolved to empower female lawyers for success and be the voice of the voiceless within Nigeria and beyond. The legal profession is increasingly global, and the issues that affect one half of our profession affects us all. As we all witness a rise to the challenges of women's rights across the globe, the position of women in law is as important as ever. Since the inauguration in August 2019, the NBAWF has expended a lot of time and human resources to set up a strong foundation and solid structure that will cater to the needs of the Nigerian female lawyer, with the aim of fostering and ensuring continuity in the future. With the recent enthusiasm exhibited at the inauguration of the Women's Forum, the robust wealth of experience from a dynamic council made up of eminent professionals and personalities, the interest shown in the membership registration, and enormous benefits that will accrue to members of the NBAWF, it is evident that the NBAWF is well poised to fulfill the mandate which Paul Usoro SAN, past president of the NBA, had given them. In commemoration of this year's International Women's Day, globally marked on March 8th, the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum is calling on women globally, particularly female lawyers, to actively choose to challenge stereotypes, fight biases, broaden their perspective, and be deliberate about having a seat at the table. This call is conveyed in the theme of its annual International Women's Day virtual conference themed Pathway to Diversity, Challenging Blind Spots and Powering Up for Inclusion. This will be followed by a special training for young female lawyers organized by the United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria in collaboration with the NBAWF on Thursday, March 25, 2021. The sessions during today's conference will spotlight the achievements of the women of the bar while charting solutions to address areas of necessary improvement, such as diversity in the profession, stereotypes, representations in governance, and growth acceleration for young female lawyers. The sessions will spotlight a distinguished panel of speakers, interactive panel sessions, virtual rooms, online networking opportunities,
and topics touching on wage gap, equal pay, remunerations, gender parity, and gender balance in law firms and other private and public sector organizations, work-life balance and women's health, path to partnership, among other critical conversations on gender equality. We are aware that there is a limit to what we can achieve at this conference, given that this is our first conference. However, we are confident that key issues raised in the course of this conference shall be duly noted and given a boost through our committees. I would like to sincerely appreciate the leadership of our committees. We have about 8 who have put in impeccable efforts on their work so far. Thank you, ladies. We are especially grateful to our sponsors, corporate organizations, and law firms who have supported us with the substance to organize this conference. We are also grateful to the delegates who have registered. We have over 1,500 delegates to attend this conference. We truly appreciate your support. I cannot end the speech without mentioning our young female lawyers who are the ultimate beneficiaries of this conference. As a forum, we are committed to the development and progress of young female lawyers and will definitely be carrying them along in all that we do. I must not fail to mention that we have designed a mentorship program for young female lawyers which will provide for effective and beneficial interaction between young female lawyers and selected senior lawyers on a one-on-one basis. We have also partnered with the New York State Bar Association Women in Law section to design mentorship and internship opportunities for young female lawyers. I would like to specifically appreciate our indefatigable president, Mr. Olumide Akpata, our main male champion. Please help me to cheer up our president. Please cheer up our president for his immense support thus far. I would also like to thank the council and executive members of the forum for the commitment thus far. I will want to mention the Vice Chair, Mrs. Chinyere Okorocha, who is also the head of the planning committee of this conference, the Secretary, Ilsidibe Agenyon, and a member of this planning committee, and our Treasurer, Ajia Safia Balarabe. Thank you for working for the good of all female lawyers. Our conference chair, Mrs. Chinyere Okorocha, and your able team. You've been able to you were charged with the responsibility of putting this program together, and I'm proud to say that you have all done very well. Let me conclude by saying welcome once again to the conference. I wish us all a successful virtual conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Liam Zivangushi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Now, we're all aware that the NBA Women Forum is doing such great work, as she already mentioned, and I'm personally looking forward to some of the initiatives she spoke about. And a lot of people are joining, a lot of young lawyers, and they would like to know how to be a part of this vision. Hopefully, in the course of the conference, this will be talked about. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, it's now time to welcome the NBA Chair, the NBA President, the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Olumide Akpata, for his welcome address. As we listen to Professor Bangoshe talk about him, I found that for the NBAWF to be doing so much work, it must be receiving support from the head. And so it's important to celebrate our leader and to listen to him. Please join me as I make welcome the President of the Nigerian Bar Association and our Chief Host, Mr. Olumide Akpata. You're welcome, sir.
the first lady of Ghana's Excellency, the first lady of Imo State. The chairperson of the Nigerian Association Women Forum, also the UMC Nagoshi, Senior Committee of Nigeria, Vice Chair, Mrs. Chair of Culture, who is also Chair of the Conference Planning Committee. And permit me at this point to just thank the board for authority established by the organizers. I'm delighted to be addressing you today on the occasion of National Women's Day Conference organized by the NBA International, the NBA Women's Forum. It is with great delight that I address the NBA Women's Forum on the occasion of the 2021 International Women's Day Conference. I salute the leadership and the membership of the NBA Women's Forum, ably led by the chairperson, Professor William C. which is Senior Advocate of Nigeria, as well as the planning committee, for staging this virtual conference, considering all the obstacles that we have faced in the past 12 hours. It is a testament to your resilience, determination, and most importantly, your ability to adapt to changing circumstances that we are gathered here today. Please accept my highest assurances and hearty congratulations for this. The theme for this year's conference, Pathway to Diversity, Challenging Blind Spots and Powering Up for Inclusion, is as topical as it is critical. As we all know, the International Women's Day is a global day that celebrates the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. It is also a day set aside to mark a call to action for accelerating women's equality. From 1911, when the International Women's Day was marked. However, there remains those less talked about issues and unconscious biases which have contribute to the female folk. It is in this regard that we must applaud the organizers of this conference for selecting this theme. There are an array of speakers lined for the event, ably led by the keynote speaker, our big sister, Dr. Obi Ezekwesi, as well as the choice of topics for the various sessions in this conference they must attend for every member of the NBA Women's Forum and other well-meaning members of the bar. For me, the most interesting event to look forward to is the training scheduled for day 2 for young female lawyers on the women empowerment principle gender gap analysis. I have always said that we have not scratched the surface in terms of the role of the legal profession in Nigeria. This is why I continue to espouse the view that relative to our population, we do not have too many lawyers in Nigeria. We just have too many of our lawyers concentrated in the same geographical area and crowded in the same practice area. I have therefore made it the cardinal policy of my administration to emphasize on the opening of a new frontiers of practice for our lawyers. To achieve this, we must devote significant time and resources to the training and retraining of our lawyers, especially the female trades. If you educate a man, you educate an individual.
President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Akpata. You know, you would agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that the last part of his speech was the most interesting, especially when we heard about the grants. There was so much applause here. So thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, this is the highly anticipated session that a lot of people have been waiting for. So I'd like to remind you that as we go on in this conversation, don't forget to use the hashtag #ChooseToChallenge. Also use the hashtag NVAWFIWD2021 so that we take this conversation beyond this platform to other platforms. And now it's such great honor to welcome our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker, I must say, is a mentor and a role model to many Nigerian women. A few things I'd like to say about our keynote before I bring her up. Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, who was the candidate for office of the President of Nigeria in the 2019 election, is an economic policy expert, a senior economic advisor at Africa Economic Development Policy Initiative, and she is the co-founder of the Bring Back Our Girls movement, one that we're very familiar with. Dr. Obi Ezekwesili is the founder of Fixed Politics, a research-based, citizen-led initiative which envisions a country where politics is inclusive, the need for citizens are prioritized, democratic principles are respected, such that good governance is the norm. She's a chartered accountant and a consultant. She holds an MA in International Law and Diplomacy, an MA in Public Policy and Administration from the Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. She's an honorary Doctor of Science degree, University of Lagos. And in 2016, the University of Essex Business School awarded her an honorary doctorate degree in business in recognition of her role in promoting economic and social justice in African countries. She is a globally renowned speaker. She has received numerous awards and serves on the boards of various local and international organizations. There's so much to say about Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, and I believe that if I go on with her bio, I probably will just take the time she's supposed to use to speak. So I'll get out of the way very quickly. But first, I must remind you that as we go on, please don't forget to mute your microphone so that we avoid any sort of distraction. This is the sort of discussion you want to pay 100% attention to. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, please make welcome Dr. Obi Ezekwesili.
Hello. I hope you can see me and you can hear me. Please give me a feedback. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Yes, we can see you, ma'am.
Yes.
Excellent. What an important day. I have to say that I am delighted to be in the distinguished presence of learned women. I think that, two things made me just break with the rule concerning my schedule, which is very hard to penetrate. It was Busayo, who is like a daughter to us, because and in women. I am excited because we really must do a catch-up. The catch-up is so absolutely necessary that when women gather to have conversations of the kind that you've asked me to join in, I do my best to figure a way to be part of it. So I congratulate you that this is your first conference, and I really am excited to see how Professor Bamboshe and powering up for inclusion. And what I've decided is that for the 20 minutes that I have, I would just really want it to be as conversational as possible. And to start by saying that one of the things we have seen around the world is a ratcheting up of global conversation on the issue of diversity. Diversity, whether it has to do with gender, or it's got to do with race, it's got to do with ethnicity, it's got to do with all the other primordial factors that show differences. And so this conversation around diversity is being driven, especially by the affected, those who have been on the margins of society, the vulnerable, the ones who have been marginalized. And in all the diversities that we have seen, in all the differences that we've seen, the gender difference has been so pronounced in terms of the lack of recognition of it as a very important factor in building resilient societies. Society, according to the divine who created humanity, is not made up of one gender. It is made up of two, that we traditionally know. And the men and the women make up society. And globally, in fact, in most societies now, data shows that it divides equally, in a neat way. And so women are 50% of the population in Nigeria or around the world. And every time that people make the mistake of ignoring this data, this piece of data, what they end up doing is they build homogeneous society. Well, they equality achieved in terms of entering into, training to be lawyers. Where it all diverges is when it gets to when you're well within the sector. I found that only about 25% of women are in private practice globally. That is a beautiful number compared to the number who go through the law school process and show themselves to be capable of attaining, of academic attainment. So acknowledging it, identifying the specific unique barriers that feature most in your own profession, very key and central, because until you're diagnostic in identifying what the issues are, you may be solving the wrong problems. So that's number two. Number three is that you have to have a system of developing your pipeline that really helps you to ensure that more women are able to make the transition from entry level to middle level and to grow into a partnership. One of the things that I saw today is how the FTSE, which is the Financial Times Stock Exchange, says that we're still at a place where only about 8 women are chairwomen of boards of companies, 100 companies on the stock exchange. Only 8 women are chairs. We have globally almost attained parity in terms of non-executive director role. But when it comes to executive director role, it falls flat to something around 17%. So there are real obstacles. There are biases that are institutional. And those institutional biases are the hardest to deal with. But they can be dealt with because evidence, science is showing us, empirical evidence is showing us that when specific actions are taken, you can begin to gain some traction. So number 3 is setting up mentoring schemes. These are pathways to achieving diversity. Don't you dare say to me that, oh, you don't know how to solve the problem. Well, the way to solve the problem is that all of you, some 200 or thereabout of you in the professions that could be part of this conversation are already mentors. So how are you going to set up and structure your mentoring scheme? I heard Nkechi refer to that as something that you would be working on or already working on. You must work on it because evidence that it does make a big difference when you have such mentoring schemes to support the process of multiplying yourselves. The 5th point is the point on offering flexible working environment. Some of the things that stand in the way of women wanting to even on their own, they just don't want to keep moving because once they move up, the demands would be so contradictory of the kinds of social and cultural responsibilities that they are saddled with because of their being women. And yet, we have seen that these are things that can be handled. Flexible working hours. Today, this pandemic has shown us that we can actually be productive while finding different variations of what the workplace looks like. So let nobody ever say again that women cannot be part of the workplace and leadership simply because they have to take a maternity leave. And now we're saying that paternity leave is an important part of making sure that we're building resilient children who are going to be healthy children, and children that are raised by both hands-on dads and hands-on moms. And so those kinds of working strictures that stood in the way of women don't have to be there. So the law firms in Nigeria, you need to begin to engage them and to determine what the workplace does to the woman who is a lawyer. Improving transparency around pay is another thing that begins to create a pathway for diversity. Women tend to be lowly paid compared to their male counterparts, as I used that data to show you the discrepancy. And what we have seen that works is to simply say that there will be transparency around pay. Just publishing, just a standard where if for example, Olumide Akpata's firm decided that they would lead the way and that they would publish what men and women are paid in the organization. You will be shocked how that would create an important, profession-wide impetus for many others to follow. And then people see the disparity and can't explain it. Therefore, they have to make the necessary adjustments. We need to increase a culture that embraces diversity. We have to. We know the data. We know the data that shows us that when companies, when organizations, when countries acknowledge diversity and actually have diversity programs to reflect that they end up with they end up on the higher ranking on innovation and creativity, and ultimately productivity and income. So there is absolutely no sense in assuming that when the women of MBA gather to talk about women inclusion and diversity, that they are simply looking out for themselves. No. They are looking out for the entire society. They are saying that this society will perform better if it would optimize the use of all its human resources. And that, as I said, because leadership is gender neutral, the women are well ready and able to lead. I want to begin to wind down my conversation with you by saying specifically to you, what is it that you as MBA women can do? my introduction into that is to say, isn't it rather awful if the profession that challenges everything about discrimination ends up in itself not capable of showing that it is inclusive and that it acknowledges that everyone's got talent to offer? So you must lead by example. The MBA can lead by example. Number one, I think you need to invest in data. You need to invest in data generation. One of the things we've seen on the matter of diversity is that people are blind when they don't see the numbers. You need to generate the numbers that both incentivize good behavior and the numbers that disincentivize bad behavior. So there are certain kind of data which, if you release, for example, why don't we allow, say something like 20 top firms in Nigeria, which is the most highly ranked one in terms of women who are becoming equity partners, who are the ones with women, the largest number of women in middle level management. And what does data show in terms of how quickly a woman who enters the law firm makes it all the way to the top of becoming a partner? Some kind of data analytics would be helpful for the kind of journey you are embarking on. We have seen it work in different countries and in different industries. It can also work for you. So that's a very important thing that you need to do. Number two is that you are the there is a moral advocacy that also supports the argument that you do with data. And that is that you are the ones with the knowledge of the ground norms. So whether it's in terms of your role at the bar or your role at the bench, you really can lead the pathway for society to be more representative. And therefore, you need to design a system where there are many more of you in the public interest segment of the law profession. Because the public interest is to make sure that the issues that concern women and children are not relegated to the background. It's been found that when women are not sitting at the table, the issues that concern them, that concern young people, that concern children, hardly find themselves at the center of the society's agenda. So we need to think but it's almost like a self-imposed limitation, where even if the opportunity existed, women simply say to themselves, no. They don't reinforce themselves into accepting that they are capable. So imposter syndrome. So the imposter syndrome is something that nobody else can help a woman with it. But what can happen is that the role modeling effect can make a difference. So I urge the NBA women to not let it be an elite class of distinguished women lawyers, but it must be a community of practice where the women that have attained your height are realizing that so many more are there with the talent, but they suffer from imposter syndrome. They just say to themselves, I don't think I'm good enough. I don't think I can cut it. And yet they can. They simply need that role modeling effect. And that's so important, specific action that you can do. Let me end on the note that if you would even for a second imagine that we finally are at a place in the world where every day, every year that we celebrate the International Women's Day, we find that even men who never paid attention to the issues of gender inclusion now feel compelled to make a statement about it, no matter how symbolic most of it currently is. The truth is that that's a clear indication that if we pushed even further, we would get them to go from making statements to taking the precise actions that are necessary. Those actions normally start as baby steps, but from what we've seen in the science of achieving gender inclusion, it always starts with that one right step. And then the rest of the 999 steps that's positive toward us to direct a particular agenda. The agenda today is that we dare and we choose to challenge the status quo. It has to be status quo so that more women can join you in being not just the face of the profession, but also the body of the profession. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Honey!
Daddy, please, can I go out with you and Mommy tonight?
Sure thing, sweetie. Get your shoes and we go.
Promise?
You have my word.
Daddy!
You know I wouldn't leave without you, my princess.
Stay safe. Maintain social distance. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Thank you very much, Dr. Obiezekwesi. One of the things she said, and she said so many profound words, but something she said that keeps ringing in my heart is that gender inequality widens when we do nothing about it. Now the question, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, is what would we do about it? What are we doing about it? Now the good thing is that we have this rich discourse to talk about practical issues, practical solutions, and to do something about it. We'd now like to hear from Dr. Obiezekwesi. She's coming back again just for a few moments to share some things with us. Over to you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, we're listening to you, ma'am.
I may have missed what you said, please.
So, ma'am, we would really like you to declare the conference open for us. It's such a great pleasure to have you declare the conference open, and we're waiting for that official statement from you, ma'am.
You have to forgive me. It's not perfect yet with technology, but we'll get there eventually. Well, respectfully and with great joy, seeing this distinguished cast of women, great leaders in every sense of the definition of the word leadership. I declare this conference open. I declare that the NBA Women Forum has come to stay, and that it would be a sign that women will never be left behind anymore, and each sister will take the other sister along on this journey. I declare your conference open, and I wish you a wonderful time together.
Thank you, Dr. Obieze-Kwesili. We would like to steal a minute of your time again for the picture, for the photo session. Now, in commemoration of the International Women's Celebration, there's the Choose to Challenge pose, whereby you raise one hand and you take a picture. So we'd like all participants to please, at this point, switch on your video, raise a hand, whether you're male or female. It's a sign of solidarity. It's a sign that you're a part of this. And it just shows that you challenge inequality, you challenge gender bias, and you say yes to inclusion. So we would like all participants who are joining in virtually to please raise their right hand. Don't forget to switch on your video as Dr. Obieze-Kwesili also raises her hand, and we take the picture virtually. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Obieze-Kwesili, for an extra 1 minute. Thank you so much for setting the tone for such important conversation. Thank you for all you're doing, for being such an inspiration and a role model to many women in Nigeria and beyond. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I wish you a wonderful conference.
Thank you, ma'am. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that we have a hashtag we're using, the hashtag Choose to Challenge. We also have another one, it's the hashtag for us at home here, NBAWFIWD 2021. So we've taken pictures, we have screenshots now. We'd like to upload them, put them on Twitter, put them on Facebook, on Instagram, and just show that you are in support, whether you're male or you're female, that you're in support of gender inclusion. Please use the hashtag NBAWFIWD 2021 and the hashtag Choose to Challenge. We would like to see your pictures. We would like to connect with you on social media. There's a short clip we would play now. We would play a short clip shortly, and then we'll move on with the program. But before we go ahead and just play this clip, I'd like to tell you that Dr. Obieze-Kwesili has set the tone, and she had made some great statements. Now we are looking in-house at the MBA, as people, as individuals, as organizations. What can we do to challenge the narratives? We have practical sessions that are coming. We have panel discussions. The first one is on leadership, and it's going to be a great panel discussion. So as we go ahead, just keep this in mind. If there are people who are supposed to be a part of this, interesting discourse, please remind them, and don't forget to use the hashtag. We'll play the video now.
legal profession is increasingly global, and the issues that affect one half of our profession affects us all. As we all witness a rise to the challenges to women's rights across the globe, the position of women in law is as important as ever. It is for this reason that the Nigerian Bar Association, during its annual general meeting, the AGM, in August 2019, announced its intention to resuscitate its Women Forum. This was in accordance with the 8th schedule to the NBA Constitution. Within a week of this announcement, the president of the association, Paul Usoro, the senior advocate of Nigeria, in a memorandum dated 7th September 2019, made good his promise by announcing the constitution of the Executive Committee and the council members of the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum, NBAWF. And this exco was formally inaugurated by the President on September 17th, 2019 at an event in Lagos. The resuscitation of the NBAWF under President Paul Usoro's administration was carried out in line with his vision to increase active participation of women in the legal profession and national development, and to connect, advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success, a vision which contributed to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal 5 of achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls globally. Since its inauguration in August 2019, the NBAWF has done well to set up a strong foundation and solid structure that will cater to the needs of the Nigerian female lawyer, with the aim of fostering and ensuring continuity in the future. In October 2019, it made input to the USAID Draft Protection Against Sexual Exploitation and Abuse (PSEA) policy, collaborated with the United Nations Global Compact (UNGC) network to train young female lawyers, participated in discussions to explore the use of special measures to improve women's representation in politics in Nigeria in November 2019, and implemented a working group with the New York State Bar Association in 2020. As it moves from one stride to another, the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum has remained poised, with a resolve to fulfill its mandate to advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're now diving fully into the sessions that are coming. As I mentioned, the first panel discussion is on leadership, board participation, and equal representation in governance. Now, this is an interesting discussion because we are going to have the opportunity to ask the panelists questions. We're going to have the opportunity to listen to insightful contribution and just throw in good ideas so that everyone eventually understands how to challenge gender inequality. So this is going to be a very interesting discourse. It's going to be enlightening, and the panelists are standing by us already. The moderator is standing by. I'm aware that everyone is ready for this. But you know what? We'll take a quick break so that everyone gets to stand up, stretch your legs, get some rest, and you come back by 10:30. We're coming back by 10:30 to resume this first panel discussion. So I'd just like to tell you that we're using the hashtag as we continue, hashtag IWD, hashtag choose to challenge, and hashtag NBAWF IWD 2021. So we'll take a quick 9-minute break. Please would like the panelists, the moderators, and the conference coordinators to stay back as we just prepare for the first and the key panel discussion. Stay with us. Thank you.
The legal profession is increasingly global, and the issues that affect one half of our profession affects us all. As we all witness a rise to the challenges to women's rights across the globe, the position of women in law is as important as ever. It is for this reason that the Nigerian Bar Association, during its annual general meeting, the AGM, in August 2019, announced its intention to resuscitate its Women Forum. This was in accordance with the 8th schedule to the NBA Constitution. Within a week of this announcement, the president of the association, Paul Usoro, the senior advocate of Nigeria, in a memorandum dated 7th September 2019, made good his promise by announcing the constitution of the Executive Committee and the Council members of the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum, NBAWF, and this EXCO was formally inaugurated by the President on September 17, 2019 at an event in Lagos. The resuscitation of the NBAWF under President Paul Usoro's administration was carried out in line with his vision to increase active participation of women in the legal profession and national development, and to connect, advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success, a vision which contributed to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal 5 of achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls globally. Since its inauguration in August 2019, the NBAWF has done well to set up a strong foundation and solid structure that will cater to the needs of the Nigerian female lawyer, with the aim of fostering and ensuring continuity in the future. In October 2019, it made input to the USAID Draft Protection Against Sexual Exploitation and Abuse (PSEA) policy, collaborated with the United Nations Global Compact (UNGC) network to train young female lawyers, participated in discussions to explore the use of special measures to improve women's representation in politics in Nigeria in November 2019, and implemented a working group with the New York State Bar Association in 2020. As it moves from one stride to another, the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum has remained poised, with a resolve to fulfill its mandate to advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success. The legal profession is increasingly global, and the issues that affect one half of our profession affects us all. As we all witness a rise to the challenges to women's rights across the globe, the position of women in law is as important as ever. It is for this reason that the Nigerian Bar Association, during its annual general meeting, the AGM, in August 2019, announced its intention to resuscitate its Women Forum. This was in accordance with the 8th schedule to the NBA Constitution. Within a week of this announcement, the president of the association, Paul Usoro, the senior advocate of Nigeria, in a memorandum dated 7th September 2019, made good his promise by announcing the constitution of the Executive Committee and the Council members of the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum, NBAWF, and this EXCO was formally inaugurated by the President on September 17, 2019 at an event in Lagos. The resuscitation of the NBAWF under President Paul Usoro's administration was carried out in line with his vision to increase active participation of women in the legal profession and national development, and to connect, advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success, a vision which contributed to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal 5 of achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls globally. Since its inauguration in August 2019, the NBAWF has done well to set up a strong foundation and solid structure that will cater to the needs of the Nigerian female lawyer, with the aim of fostering and ensuring continuity in the future. In October 2019, it made input to the USAID Draft Protection Against Sexual Exploitation and Abuse (PSEA) policy, collaborated with the United Nations Global Compact (UNGC) network to train young female lawyers, participated in discussions to explore the use of special measures to improve women's representation in politics in Nigeria in November 2019, and implemented a working group with the New York State Bar Association in 2020. As it moves from one stride to another, the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum has remained poised, with a resolve to fulfill its mandate to advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success. The legal profession is increasingly global, and the issues that affect one half of our profession affects us all. As we all witness a rise to the challenges to women's rights across the globe, the position of women in law is as important as ever. It is for this reason that the Nigerian Bar Association, during its annual general meeting, the AGM, in August 2019, announced its intention to resuscitate its Women Forum. This was in accordance with the 8th schedule to the NBA Constitution. Within a week of this announcement, the president of the association, Paul Usoro, the senior advocate of Nigeria, in a memorandum dated 7th September 2019, made good his promise by announcing the constitution of the Executive Committee and the Council members of the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum, NBAWF, and this exco was formally inaugurated by the President on September 17, 2019 at an event in Lagos. The resuscitation of the NBAWF under President Paul Usoro's administration was carried out in line with his vision to increase active participation of women in the legal profession and national development, and to connect, advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success, a vision which contributed to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal 5 of achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls globally. Since its inauguration in August 2019, the NBAWF has done well to set up a strong foundation and solid structure that will cater to the needs of the Nigerian female lawyer, with the aim of fostering and ensuring continuity in the future. In October 2019, it made input to the USAID Draft Protection Against Sexual Exploitation and Abuse (PSEA) policy, collaborated with the United Nations Global Compact (UNGC) network to train young female lawyers, participated in discussions to explore the use of special measures to improve women's representation in politics in Nigeria in November 2019, and implemented a working group with the New York State Bar Association in 2020. As it moves from one stride to another, the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum has remained poised, with a resolve to fulfill its mandate to advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success. The legal profession is increasingly global, and the issues that affect one half of our profession affects us all. As we all witness a rise to the challenges to women's rights across the globe, the position of women in law is as important as ever. It is for this reason that the Nigerian Bar Association, during its annual general meeting, the AGM, in August 2019, announced its intention to resuscitate its Women Forum. This was in accordance with the 8th schedule to the NBA Constitution. Within a week of this announcement, the president of the association, Paul Usoro, a senior advocate of Nigeria, in a memorandum dated 7th September 2019, made good his promise by announcing the constitution of the Executive Committee and the council members of the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum, NBAWF, and this exco was formally inaugurated by the president on September 17, 2019 at an event in Lagos. The resuscitation of the NBAWF under President Paul Usoro's administration was carried out in line with his vision to increase active participation of women in the legal profession and national development, and to connect, advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success, a vision which contributed to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal 5 of achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls globally. Since its inauguration in August 2019, the NBAWF has done well to set up a strong foundation and solid structure that will cater to the needs of the Nigerian female lawyer, with the aim of fostering and ensuring continuity in the future. In October 2019, it made input to the USAID Draft Protection Against Sexual Exploitation and Abuse (PSEA) policy, collaborated with the United Nations Global Compact (UNGC) network to train young female lawyers, participated in discussions to explore the use of special measures to improve women's representation in politics in Nigeria in November 2019, and implemented a working group with the New York State Bar Association in 2020. As it moves from one stride to another, the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum has remained poised, with a resolve to fulfill its mandate to advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success. The legal profession is increasingly global, and the issues that affect one half of our profession affects us all. As we all witness a rise to the challenges to women's rights across the globe, the position of women in law is as important as ever. It is for this reason that the Nigerian Bar Association, during its annual general meeting, the AGM, in August 2019, announced its intention to resuscitate its Women Forum. This was in accordance with the 8th schedule to the NBA Constitution. Within a week of this announcement, the president of the association, Paul Usoro, a senior advocate of Nigeria, in a memorandum dated 7th September 2019, made good his promise.
Welcome back. Trust you had a good break and opportunity to stretch your legs, take some rest, and get ready for the first panel discussion. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to make welcome the moderator for the first panel discussion. She is the secretary of the NBA Women Forum, and I'm talking about none other than Mrs. Nsidebe Idea. Please make welcome the moderator, and she will introduce all the panelists and take us on this enlightening session. Hello, ma'am. So as we await the moderator, I would like to say that as we await this session in commencing, I'd like to remind you that we have started to see some of the comments, some of the feedback on social media, some of the words that we can see the pictures. We like that and we'd like you to keep it coming. Don't forget to use the hashtag #ChooseToChallenge so that we can easily find your comments, find your pictures, find your footprint on social media. Also, the hashtag to use is NBAWFIWD 2021. So it's important to use this hashtag so that we can easily connect on social media.
Thank you very much. MC, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's been a wonderful session, ceremony. Thanks so much. The day finally came, and here we are. My name is Sidube Aide, and she's mentioned that Secretary NBA. It's a great pleasure to have you all on the call.
Thank you very much, panelists, great speakers, participants, support team. We are quite delighted to have you on the call of the first NBA Women Forum IWD Conference 2021. And she has repeated there that our hashtag is Choose to Challenge. You will also share NBA WFIWD 2021. We are indeed highly honored to have you on the platform. And I want to quickly say a big thank you to the president of NBA. So we acknowledge your support. We heard all the promise. Next month, we'll be smiling again. Thank you, Mel Champion. The keynote speech by Dr. Ezekwesili was quite illuminating, very challenging, really on spot. And we are set on fire. We actually started, but we are now set on fire to do the impossible. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're always a huge voice, and we are glad you could make time to be with us. I will go straight to the first session. The first session holds 4 very great and eminent ladies. I would ask you to feel free to clap. Unfortunately, now when you clap, we may not hear. But be assured that your claps will be seen. So feel free to clap as I introduce them. To discuss the topic, leadership, board participation, and equal representation in government, the anomaly of sexism, are 4 eminent persons. And I've chosen to summarize their bio. This is Taiwo Olushesi. In no particular order, he's a chartered secretary and an administrator, a lawyer, a chartered mediator and conciliator. She has served the Nigerian Bar Association in various capacities. She was the former external examiner with the Council of Legal Education, currently the registrar, CEO of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. Thank you very much for making time. Kindly give her a clap. The next person is Nkechi Onyeso. I will introduce her through her achievements. Best graduating student in Labor Law 2002, University of Ibadan. Best student in Corporate Administration from Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators, United Kingdom 2008. She is the managing partner, Pathfinders International Limited, and of the facilitator of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG. Please welcome Mrs. Onyeso. The next person is Joyce Odua. Joyce Odua is the managing partner, Joyce Odua & Co., a full-service commercial law firm in Lagos. She is also the current General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association and a former national treasurer of the association. So she's been in the house for quite a while. She's a fellow of Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. She has been preferred for national and state appointments severally, including the board member of Guerrera Water Management Authority. She is a current board member and a director of Legal Aid Council Nigeria. We still have another eminent person who was speaking on this panel. That's Brenda Ataga. Brenda Ataga is a mid-downstream commercial strategist, a 2008 nominee for the prestigious Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellowship. She was the special assistant to the former Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Downstream and Infrastructure, actively involved in drafting national gas policy, and presently the Special Technical Assistance, Gas Business Development and Investment Office of the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources. She will, however, not be speaking about gas today. We're talking about gender diversity. And so back again, I said the topic is leadership, board participation, and equal representation in government, the anomaly of sexism. And so without further ado, I will ask Mrs. Olushesi a first question so that she can lead us, she will begin the discussion. I call first discussant. A United Nations report, Ms. Olushesi, indicates that women participation in parliament globally is currently put at 25%. This is up from 28 in 2003. If we may use this as a yardstick for other segments of the public and corporate life, I would want you to examine the statistics, looking back in time to the journey in gender parity, and I specifically ask you, do we have cause to chair? Solution.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Adeyo. Good morning, beautiful women. And I must appreciate the NBA Women's Forum for finding me worthy of being on this panel. As a matter of fact, when I was invited and I saw the list of the panelists, I was, my predecessor in office, Mrs. Onyeso, good morning, I acknowledge you. Mr. Joyce Odua, I've always looked at you from the far and I've always respected and appreciated you. And thank you for blazing the trail and doing us proud at the NBA. Also, Mrs. Brenda Ataga, good morning. Good morning, everybody. You know, when Dr. Ezekwesili was speaking, I kept taking down notes because when she speaks, of course, she resonates the power of women, and she already set the tone for this discussion. So I'm just going to take us, the so-called history that we're talking about is a cause to celebrate. I think the fact that today we have a women's forum for the NBA shows that there's cause to celebrate, and that I think that every other profession have consciously developed a forum for women, created a forum for women, and it is actually bringing out the leadership skills in women, and we're seeing that that gap that has been there is being bridged by women. We also see that there is no scarcity of powerful women when it comes to discussions like this. I'm sure NBA Women's Forum didn't find it difficult, bringing up the list of faculty panelists for this conference. It shows that women actually have, we have come to own our space. However, I don't think we are still there, but we can get there. We should have it at the back of our mind that equal participation is key to attaining the SDG goal 2030. And I remember when we started talking about SDG goal 2020, we didn't know that 2020 was so close by. Now we're in 2021, now we have moved it to 2030. If we maintain the kind of momentum that we had before SDG goals 2020, I think we will still be on the same spot by 2030 if we don't create this consciousness in us. We've been paying lip service too much to the issue of gender equality, equal participation, and stuff like that. And why is that? It is because of stereotypes like culture, like religion, like sexism, like favorable conditions set for political participation, and so on. Take a look at Nigeria. Women constitute less than 20% of people in the parliament in Nigeria, both the Senate and the House of Reps. We've had 20 years of uninterrupted democracy. We have not produced a female governor. As a matter of fact, even our US that we are all looking up to only struggled to produce the first female vice president, and we've been cheering. So I think that we can do more. We have 119 countries. We have less than 25 heads of states. And even when we look at this, most of these women who are heads of governments in these countries, actually, most of them are prime ministers. Prime ministers are appointed, their party structures. For presidents, it's the general public that votes. So it looks like even the public are not ready for female leadership yet. When we look at the ministries, ministers all over the world, women occupy less than 30%. I think we can do more than this, because we have noticed that the positions that women occupy have actually been experiencing rapid growth and development, and that's why those parastatals have all come to stay. So in essence, I think that the increase from 8% to 25% is a good one, but we can do better, because if we look at women generally, we are at a more commanding position when it comes to leadership roles, and our presence is impactful in every sector we occupy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping to time. Thank you very much. So, yes, we have made a big leap, but we aren't there yet. Thank you. I'll be taking on the second discussant. That's Mrs. Onyeso. She will be speaking to the same topic, but I'll lay it to her in this manner. Mrs. Onyeso, I saw an interesting headline recently, which says, the very nature of science may contribute to the removal of women from the pipeline in brackets. This, for me, when I heard it, or when I read it, dates back to the old days when you would often hear, oh, it's a woman. Now, I want you to examine this comment with an eye on current happenings around board participation and representation of women in governance. Is nature a challenge? What do you see around you? What do you see around your sphere of oppression?
Yeah, thank you very much. All protocols duly observed. Hello to Taiwo, nice seeing you again, and all the other ladies here. Honestly, when I was doing my Master's of Laws, to me the most interesting book I read was the book that said, Are Women Human? And that caught my attention. Why would you ask why women are human, or are women human? Of course women are human. But following the line of reasoning of the author, she was of the opinion that if women are human, why do we have to have, women rights, human rights, focused basically around women. So you see, the idea that women are not quite on the same level as men has existed for a number of years, like Taiwo has said. And men have, well, I won't say men, I say the society has this notion that shuts out women, mainly because men have been leaders for so many years. Men have the networks in a lot of industries. There are some industries that women are breaking in. There are issues of sexual harassment, hostile working environments, even for women that have broken into those environments. And then, of course, there's the issue of balancing home and family, because the woman wants her children to be happy, and she also wants to build the career. So all that adds up to the disadvantage that women have found themselves in right now. At the World Economic Forum in 2020, the Global Gender Report, and it says that it would take, get ready for this, 99.5 years, I tell you, 99.5 years for us to attain gender parity. That would outlive me, my children, my grandchildren, possibly my great-grandchildren. Though it is the present, we should also note that we have made some progress over the years. You know, in 2012, we had about 14 seats on boards of the largest companies globally. And by 2016, that has risen to, you know, about 19%. So there is some progress. Yes, 5% is not much, but there has been something. So if we look at women on boards generally, we'll see that for a corporation to work, it has to be balanced. It has to be diversified. And I do know that diversification is not just referring to women. You talk of diversification, you also talk of age, you talk of race, you talk of ethnic groups, you talk of even people that have special abilities or disabilities, as the case may be. All that is what encompasses a diversified board. And it's been stated clearly that when you have such diversification, you have a higher level of diligence and you have better results. In some areas, it's even argued that the financials are even better when you have women on board. But then we're not just saying to put women on board because we want women to be there. We're asking to recognize the talent that women bring on board, the gifts, the skills that they bring on board that helps to contribute positively to that board. So it's not just put a woman there so everybody keeps quiet. It is recognize the women in your organization that have the potential to occupy lead positions and give them the support, the environmental support, the board support, the society support that will help them to attain that position and mentor and inspire other women to come on board. We know that in the McKinsey company, the survey, I think that was, I'm not sure, I'll have to verify what year was that, either 2020 or 2019. And it says that when you have a gender diversification, the companies are 15% more likely to make more money than when you have a company that is not. But despite this evidence and several others that we have seen, women are still underrepresented in boards. Like you said, only 19% board seats globally are given to women. And that's not quite, that's not right, you know, because we can do much better. Like the NBA is doing much better now, we can do much better. However, as I said, it's not all dark clouds. Africa has been said to have the highest proportion of women in boards, followed closely by Europe and Latin America. Again, this is by a McKinsey report in 2019. Thailand specifically has about 20% of women occupying CEO positions, and they are followed closely by the Republic of China, who has 19%. So how can we get more women on board? We don't have enough. Globally, not only in Nigeria, not only in Africa. So there are two schools of thought. There's a school of thought that says, hey, we've given the society enough time to bring women on board. They haven't done that. Let's impose it through legislation. Yes, some countries have that. Norway has that. And did it work? To some extent it did. So women got on board, but then it was only for like CEO positions. For other leadership positions, it didn't really encourage women to come on board. Then you have the second school of thought that says, hey, it doesn't have to be mandatory. It doesn't have to be through legislation. Let's do it voluntarily. Let the society just accept it. And that was one of the greatest pillars that the report in the United Kingdom by Lord Davis was saying. He says, let's not make it mandatory, let's not legislate it, let women come on board in a voluntary arrangement approved by the company and the society. And hey, it worked. They set a target to have about 25 men on board of 2015, and by October, they had actually met their target. So they've now increased this target to be 33%. So we see, be it voluntary, be it legislative, you know, we just want to get women on board. I believe if voluntary works for you, then let's do it. If the legislative will work for you, then let's do it. Several countries have adopted either hard or soft laws to increase the quota of women on board. Now, let's come to Nigeria. In Nigeria, basically, we don't have, I wouldn't say we have direct laws, except perhaps for the CBA law that says 30% of the board should be women. SEC also talks about it. The Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance 2019 also talks about it. But for both SEC and the Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance, they didn't specify a particular percentage. For a CBN that has, we can see the difference. We have brilliant ladies blazing the trail in Access Bank, in First Bank, you name it. We are growing generally in that industry. So perhaps that's the way Nigeria wants to look at. Should we make it mandatory? Should we state figures? Will the legislative or mandatory one work for Nigeria? That's open for discussion by the NBA and any other group of people that would want to take that on. Thanks. So let's now look at, okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, there's so much to say on this topic. And really, when you went on to, when you said 99.5 years to attain parity, I was screaming, you know what we say, God forbid. It's time to use special measures, I'm sure. We'll be looking at, it's time to use special measures. We have to be there. 2030. We should achieve parity. It's been long in coming. Thank you so very much for that wonderful contribution. We'll come back to you with some questions. I know the General Secretary is waiting to talk, but she has a perspective that is, you know, experiential. She's going to share experience. So I would just be asking her to allow me to call Brenda. Then she would then come to crown it with, you know, experience. I don't know. I hope that's okay. Thank you very much. Oh, you're not hearing me?
It's okay.
Oh, okay. So I will call. Thank you very much. I will call Brenda to share her perspective on the topic.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's on the existing protocols as well.
Yeah.
I'm especially glad to be here as well. I hope you can all hear me.
Hold on. We'll get there. Thank you very much. I'll just take you through it so that it will be seamless. Okay. Thank you very much. So the time is 5 minutes, and please, participants, share your questions on the Q&A so that before they leave, we let them have it. Now, our theme for this year, as you know, Pathway to Diversity, in summary, and inclusiveness. So I will be asking you to take a look at where we are and project to the future. Is what we have a mere blind spot? Have we arrived at a point where the strategy needs to change in order to achieve parity? What should we be doing to achieve equal participation, broad representation, and gender parity? In other words, is gender quota or a law an option? What should we really be doing? Should we have a gender quota? Should we do legislation what do you think going forward? Because, you know, if you look at it, we've come all the way from Beijing. And before Beijing, as it's apparent to us, it's been gender equality. So we've come to a point where we need to do something to get going. So let's have your contribution.
Thank you. As I said before, glad to be here with all the other ladies on the panel and the rest of the NBA forum, standing on existing protocols as well. I believe that diversity is important, as everyone else has spoken about, even in my sector, being in energy, it's a challenge. So I can imagine how important that is, especially in law as well, because it creates a better reflection of the society as a whole, enabling law firms and legal entities to serve the society and clients at large with some form of equity. Unfortunately, as the rest of the panelists who have spoken, Mrs. Taiwo and Mrs. Nkechi have elucidated, the numbers do not show that we are achieving that sort of gender parity that we require in the world as in general, especially on the boards, especially in management, executive management positions. So we find that a lot of ladies get into careers, professional roles, and they stay at the bottom entry level because they are not championed into mid-management, executive level roles. For law firms, I would say that it's important that they provide the fertile soil for women to climb these ladders by starting with how the hiring process works. Before we even get to legislation, we must look inwards. We must look into the companies and entities as a whole and decide as firms, law firms, legal entities, energy companies, that women must be hired to suit executive roles. They must be hired to also support management in achieving the general objective of that law firm or participating entity. It's important that the hiring process is also managed with strong policies from associations. So the UK IB Association has policies that's set in place for law firms to hire associates and paralegals at a certain ratio, female to male ratio. We could start from there before we get into legislation. Internal policies by firms, internal policies by associations governing, you know, all of their corresponding participants should start with the hiring process. I believe that that is the foundational level we should start in. Mrs. Nkechi has also spoken about the corporate governance rules in the UK, where it was said that firms should have a certain percentage of representation. In Nigeria, we need to see that happen across board as well, especially with the law firms. We can take examples from other countries where this has worked, where this has been pushed in. It's important that we do this to broaden the focus on women as well. A lot of women miss these opportunities because they aren't championed by, you know, these sorts of rules and structures that give them a sense of hope to to participate at management level. It's important that we then move on from internal hiring processes that are backed by association policies into, you know, strict governance rules that support women on board. So CBN has done that, and we see success with the banks. We can start to emulate that within the legal environment as well. It can be replicated through this. And finally, for me, I think mentorship is a big portion of this. I believe that the strategy for portion of this structured architecture and a framework that structures mentorship properly within organizations should also be provided by participants in different organizations. It is important that women are mentored and championed by executive women as well, but by women in those organizations. Firms, institutions come up with plans that support associates and paralegals in their growth, in their promotion, awards, giving them complex projects to deliver on. I, for one, in my experience in energy, I was thrown to the gods, literally, and given challenging projects, and that really, really spurred my career. I think that if that is replicated within the legal framework as well, within the legal institutions, that would help. It's a big deal for women who are in childbearing age. When they leave to have their kids, raise children, they come back, their roles are given to somebody else because there's nothing that protects them. So we want to ensure that that mentorship structure also looks at protecting people within those roles and within the activities that they create for the organization. So when they go,
that's so true. That's
the advocacy needs to come in. I also believe that NBA Women's Forum can take this advocacy to the Ministry of Labor and look at fine-tuning those labor laws.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taga. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'm just going to leave this here. I believe that this awareness should be both internal and external as well. And that would really help to create the future that we want. We want to reduce that timeline Mrs. Nkechi has said. For some reports, it's over 135 years before we achieve equity. So advocacy with the legal institutions before we look at legislation should be our pathway. Thank you very much. I will be leaving now. Thank you. I'll respond to all questions in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Kindly, for all of us who are listening in, kindly mute your devices if you're not speaking. Thank you very much. So I'll go right up to the General Secretary. The General Secretary, Nigeria Bar Association Women Forum. My question to you, Madam, is 40 years after our first, you became the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association in 2020. Studies have shown that biggest challenge, please mute your devices. Thank you. Studies have shown that the biggest challenge is the pursuit of a seat and not upholding the set position. I want to ask, how was your journey to your current point of service, particularly the spirited strive to serve as General Secretary of the about 150,000 lawyers strong association, probably the largest in Africa? What is your experience currently in this space thus far? Is there the understanding that skills are not sexist? Do you have that understanding around you that skills are not sexist? I would allow you to speak to us. Thank
you so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I believe it's a hearing.
Okay. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Sidibe. Good morning, panelists. Nice being here with us. I want to say I'm very glad to be part of this panel. I feel so excited. The truth is that, Sidibe, our Secretary MBA Women's Forum, your 5 minutes will not be enough to take this, but let's see how we can manage the time. I want to start from, I would like to focus from my service to the MBA. That is, reaching the position of General Secretary was not a month's election journey. It was a journey that has spanned for years. My first contact really with the MBA was in 1992 during my NYSC, where I was selected as a rapporteur in a meeting of the Nigerian Bar Association in Abeokuta, Ogun State. I was given a letter of commendation for my performance. I was invited to repertoire in the MBA conference in Port Harcourt that same year. I remember vividly that was during the leadership of Mama Priscilla Kuye. Years later, when the MBA was revived after a long comatose period, I served MBA Lagos branch, first as the assistant secretary, then publicity secretary, then the social secretary. I served in various committees in NEC. It's disheartening that many people fight for position and fail to deliver on promises. What I want to tell us as members, when you want to get to a position, make sure that you have things to introduce. One thing that people fail to realize is that integrity is the soul and the memory of its driving force. When you do not perform well or you do not fulfill a promise made, it registers in the mind of people, and they will never believe you when you come again with your lies, even when it's truth. I am grateful to God that I was able to live up to the expectation of members, and that is the reason they supported me when I contested for the position of the treasurer in 2014. So whom more is given, more is expected. The fact that our members elected me to the office of the general secretary shows that I must have done more during the service to the MB as the treasurer. If you remember very well, when you pay your bar practicing fee as lawyer now, the barcode that you use was actually introduced by me. For example, Lagos is 058. You know, contesting for this position was not easy in the least. Many people I have confided in about my intention to run had discouraged me. I'll tell you the truth that people discouraged me from running. They said the position of the general secretary is not for a woman, is not a female position. According to them, they said that it was too stressful and challenging. They said that the office is very strenuous one, and so a woman was not physically and emotionally capable of handling the role. It required a lot of traveling. It's a man's job. But I wasn't deterred. As a woman, we must make sure that we are not deterred. Personally, I believe that determination combined with commitment and diligence is what was required to perform well in any position. Sex, that is maleness or femaleness, cannot be the determinant of whether or not a person will succeed in a particular role. Second, I was opposed by 3 men vying for the same position. For me, the strife, as you put it, wasn't merely about winning my 3 male colleagues who also presented themselves for service to the MBA. It was about being in a position to effect real and positive change in the MBA. Being elected presented me with this platform. Speaking on diversity and inclusion, I believe that the minds of people are being sensitized against sexism and discrimination based on sex. As you know, international bodies, especially the UN, are trying to promote and push for female inclusion and diversity in the workplace. In corporate and political leadership, people, men and women alike, are beginning to realize that the gender stereotypes which existed in the past are nothing but a farce or a myth. However, this must not blind our eyes to the fact that many are still stuck in the past. Truth is, there were as many men and women who opposed me as a result of sex as there were those who supported me. There is an important point I like to raise when speaking of inclusion and diversity. Nigeria, especially our politicians, have this mentality. They have this mentality that to avoid perception of bias, they need to dash women position. I tell you, my dear sister, I'm against men dashing women position. We as women, we must be focused, we must be determined, we must know that, have a clear focus of where we are going to. So we don't need dash. For example, if you check the political parties, they will say when it comes to election, they want to give women free forms. I'm not in support of that. What we need to do is to come together as women, put our resources together and pull ourselves up. I believe this need to stop. They make it seem as if women do not have the capacity to merit position, but this is not so. Diversity and inclusion is the willingness for all to see women can merit and also hold sensitive corporate and political leadership positions. To identify these women and ensure they reach the apex of their careers, women need to continue to work hard to dominate the top in the platform of merit. Experience so far. So far, occupying the position of the General Secretary of the largest bar in Africa has been exciting and at the same time challenging. I use the word challenging in a positive sense. Serving over 150,000 lawyers is no small task. It has pushed me to see real issues that members have and face, and has placed me in a position to proffer and provide solutions to these issues. It has put me in a position to effect real change in the association. My team and I have been working hard to digitize and professionalize the Secretariat for effective service delivery to members. We have begun talk to optimize our website and also build the MBA application to bring members closer to the association. The continuing legal education is now more active and vibrant than it has been in the past. I use this opportunity to encourage members to take their CLE seriously. It is my dream, goal, and mission that the effect of the MBA is for sale of BPL. It's about what the value of MBA can add to the members. The administration led by our president, Olumide Akpata, is on its toes to see this happen. And I must say, it has been fulfilling so far. So far, my sex, or should I say, my femaleness, has not stopped me from performing my role effectively and efficiently. The sex bias, as I said earlier, was just a myth after all. I'm really grateful to God for the strength and capacity to serve our great bar. And I am sure that the end of the administration, supporters and non-supporters will be proud of me and women folk. Just like I always say, we women, we are the light at the end of the tunnel, ever forging through the course that is humanity.
Hello. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, General Secretary. That was very uplifting. You know, I can imagine how many will be working towards that seat now, knowing that determination is really all you need. Closing your ears to distractions, discouragements, that anybody can be where he wants to be. And I also noted that he said it's been exciting serving. What with the president, who is pretty positive. Thank you so very much. We are really most grateful. I'm sure we'll have another forum to hear more about how you've walked the talk. Thank you very much. And so we've taken our 4 panelists, and it's been rich and exciting contribution. Yeah, very rich and exciting contribution. And we'll try to take a few questions so that we can give the floor to the next set. So I will ask Ms. Olushesi to respond to one of the questions I noticed on the link, the Q&A box. The person is asking, you know, the use of policies to try and secure parity, I'm repressing it. Asking whether it will work. So I think, look at it from perspective. Will it work? Okay. The choice of policy, is it by way of advocacy, or how would that work?
Well, I think that until you try something, you cannot say whether it will work or it won't work. Let's start first. If that is the starting point, then let's start. If we don't create opportunities, then we can't get anywhere. So I think being pessimistic from the beginning is one of the problems that we have. When government comes with policies, before it is implemented, we already lose belief in it. If we need to create opportunities for women deliberately on some boards and some public offices, if that is going to open the space for us, I think we should start. We should start by legislations. We should start by consciously, putting it in the mind of everybody that some positions should be left for women. I cannot imagine somebody telling Mrs. Odua that the position of the General Secretary is not for a woman. So who will it be for? Even the position of the President, who else should it be for? It should be for the woman, if you get what I'm saying. I don't think somebody's gender determines how the person performs on a job. Like I was alluding to my predecessor in office, if you know, when she was the registrar CEO of my institute, we know how she took the institute, and the footprints are still there. We are seeing what Mrs. Odua is doing. We're seeing so many women making impacts, and I say that even if it means that we need to create opportunities, let us start. Because this pessimism is not, I'm sure it's not even coming from women. The men are getting scared already. They are like, oh, women are everywhere. They are taking up judicial appointments. They're taking up, and I say we are still not there. Despite the seeming, aggressive nature of women in taking up responsibilities now, it's just 25%, for crying out loud. So we're not there yet. I think we should make this conscious effort. And also, input it in the mind of the male child as well, because it is these stereotypes that these men grow up with that, they imbibe when they become adults. So we should start even putting it in the consciousness of our male children as well. It's not about the female girl child alone.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would ask Ms. Onyeso to take the next question. I received a text message, and it says, you mentioned that there are two schools of thought for inclusion of women. Legislature or voluntary arrangement approved by the company and accepted by the society. It says, from your experience, do you have any insight on what has worked so far? I think she actually, well, yeah, that's the question. Did you get it?
I'm sorry, please, could you take that again? I didn't hear you.
Okay, I received a text message here, and the question is directed to you. It says that you mentioned that there are two schools of thought for inclusion of women. Legislature or voluntary arrangement approved by the company and accepted by society. He said, from your experience, do you have any insight on what has worked thus far?
Okay, so thank you for that question. When you have the legislature, we also call it the hard law. You have countries like Netherlands, Belgium, Italy, France, Norway that have gone that route. And we find that, yes, to some extent it has increased the number of women on boards, but using Norway as an example, it increased the number of women for CEO positions, but there are other leadership positions in the organization, and it did not help to actually increase that number as well. So it wasn't a holistic improvement. And when you look at Kenya as well, in Nigeria, in Africa, I beg your pardon, they also have the legislature that says, okay, it's that women should be on board. I think it's 2/3 must not be of a particular sex. However, because they did not give a specific figure, and because they did not give, will I say, punishment for non-compliance, you can say that Kenya is actually using a voluntary approach, to the soft law approach, because if there's no punishment, then you can or you cannot do it. And again, we've seen some kind of growth in Kenya when it comes to women representation on boards. We also have, like I have said, in the United Kingdom, that have the soft law, where they make it voluntary. And it has worked for them so far. It's also worked in Hong Kong, it's worked in Singapore, it's worked in Australia, it's worked in Denmark, and I think it's also worked in South Africa. So those are the people that, you know, have said, look, it's voluntary, you're not going to impose it, and it's working for them. Again, I must say, be it hard way or soft way, there are advantages and disadvantages. I think Nigeria has to sit down, look at her peculiar and particular situation, and identify which way they think will work, working with associations like the Women Forum of the MBA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nigeria must sit down and look at how to encourage inclusiveness. Thank you very much. Mrs. Odua, I also received a question for you. And it says, Mrs. Odua, someone made a comment that she worked industriously with a lawyer and he gave her job to another male lawyer who did not work with him. When she confronted him about it, he said that she was a woman without a need for money. This has been a stereotype perpetrated by culture. How do we appropriately respond to this? Hope you got me.
Thank you very much. You know, that is the problem we experience as women. Like I tell our female colleagues, that you must take up responsibilities. You must make sure, you know, like as a woman, we need to work 2 or 3 times more than our male counterparts. So what it means is that as a female lawyer, you need to build yourself up. Capacity building is really needed. You need to take on more classes. For example, thank God the continuing legal education is going on now and it's free. You need to do this. I know that the man must have said this because he believed that maybe she doesn't have the capacity to handle that job, but that is a lie. We women, we have the capacity to handle any job, but most of the time the men look at it differently. They feel that because we are women, we don't have the capacity for the job. Number 2, we don't need the money. Why don't we need the money? Because our husband is also working. And because our husband is working, we don't need our own money. They have forgotten that even if the husband is working, we need the money, we need to take care of the family. So what we need now as women, we need to speak out. For example, that lady, she needs to speak out. And once she speaks out, I think that will be of help. Like now she has spoken, and I know that one way or the other, the boss would have heard this, and the boss will not try it next time. But my own point is one. She needs to improve herself. She needs to make sure that she is better than her male counterparts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. We sincerely appreciate your insightful contribution, responses to questions. And so I'll be thanking Mrs. Olushesi, Mrs. Onyeso, Mrs. Odua, and Mrs. Otaga for making time to be with us. We have been richly, nourished by your deep comment on the topic. Thank you very much. We'll take the points, and I'm sure a lot of us will go back thinking, dwelling on all of this. And with all certainty, from 2030, gender parity is on the way. But we must not relent. There's a lot of work on the ground. There's a lot of work to do. Thank you very much. I'll be yielding the floor at this point to the MC, if you're there.
Thank you very much.
So that you will continue with the other. Thank you. MC.
Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you for
these conversations that you have triggered and these thoughts that you have shared. Thank you so much to all of the panelists that joined in. So we'd like to take please don't leave yet. We'd like to do the photo session again. All the panelists and everyone who has joined in at this point, we want to take the Choose to Challenge picture where you raise one hand. I believe that most of the panelists here, joined in virtually. So you could please just switch on your camera. Everyone should please switch on their camera and raise one hand as we take the pose, as we take the picture rather, for this session. So please, it's time for the pictures. Please raise one hand as we take the picture for this session. So please, panelists, would like you to switch on your camera. Just keep it on for a bit as we take the picture.
You should walk now. You walk,
All right, I believe we got the picture already. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would now move on. But before we go on to the next session, which is particularly interesting, it's a unique blend of the bar and the bench. And we also have the first female silk in Nigeria on the next panel discussion. But before we go into that, there's a question here for everyone. We would like to engage the audience. We would like to engage everyone. And this is the time for you to be a part of this conversation. A poll will come up very quickly on your screen, and we want to hear your own thoughts about this. Now, this is because the keynote speaker during our presentation said that one of the things that the NBAWF needs to do is to invest in data. And we believe that this is just a platform to find out your thoughts on this issue. So we'll put it up on the screen now. From your experience, do you think that the issue of gender inequality is a reality in the legal profession in Nigeria? We'd like to hear from you. This is not the academic answer. This is not the answer that you say, this is what I have been told. For everyone who has joined in, you have had an experience, whether you're male or you're female, you've watched women being treated in a particular way, whether good or bad. And we'd like to hear your own thoughts. So it is anonymous. We would not find out who wrote what. It's just a poll. We want to find your thoughts. So the poll is on your screen now. From your own personal experience, is gender inequality in the legal profession in Nigeria a reality or a myth? So the options are: number one, yes. Do you think it's a yes? If you say it's a yes, please click on yes. If you think it is a no, please, by all means, click on no. And if you say just a little bit, well, maybe not really just a little bit, we'd still like to hear from you. So again, we'd like you to just tell us your thoughts on this issue. Now, at the end of this panel discussion, or before the third panel discussion, we'll let you know what the people have said. We've listened to the panelists speak. We will still listen to a lot of conversations. But we want to hear what the people are saying. We want to find out the experiences of the people. And that's why we're doing the polls. So please let us know your thoughts as the poll comes up on your screen, it pops up, and you feed in your answer. Thank you for your responses. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, okay, so we're soon going to bring up the next panel discussion, but I've been informed that there's a special announcement here. All right, thank you for your responses. As I said earlier, by the end of this discussion, you'll find out what the people have said. We call it Vox Pop, the voice of the people. We would find out what the people have said at the end of this discussion. It's my great pleasure to make welcome the panelists, and particularly just hand over the button to the moderator for this panel discussion on gender diversity and unity in the legal profession. Now, to moderate this session is the head of the advocacy committee, NBAWF, and the principal partner at Folashade Ali and Associate. Please make welcome Mrs. Folashade Ali to moderate this discussion.
Thank you very much. And good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to warmly welcome my Lord Justices here present, the President of NBA, Mr. Olumide Akpata, senior advocates of Nigeria here present, learned colleagues, all participants and discussants that have taken time out of their busy schedule to join us in this webinar organized by the Nigerian NBA Women's Forum to celebrate the 110th anniversary of International Women's Day. As we all know, women across the world gather every 8th of March, not only to celebrate the outstanding achievements of some of our women, but also to reflect on how other women are doing, the progress that has been made in ensuring that there is equal representation of women in all sectors globally. So the story of the Nigerian female legal practitioner cannot be any different. Some of our women indeed have come a long way in trying to scale the many hurdles of gender inequality that Nigerian Bar Association women in the legal profession face. Some of our female legal practitioners, we're proud to say, have defied many odds, challenged the several status quo in an effort to change a narrative of female lawyers being sidelined. But the question is, how many? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry, I thought I went mute. Sorry about that. Sorry. So the story of the Nigerian female practitioner I've told you has not changed. So today we're really pleased to, there seems to be a problem on my end. Am I the only one imagining? Sorry about this. The topic for discussion today, as we've been told earlier on, is gender diversity and unity in the legal profession, working together to normalize equality. And we're really privileged today to have 4 female icons who I greatly admire, I must say, and whose accomplishments and experience in the legal profession over different eras will provide indispensable insight into how far we have come as women when we talk about gender diversity and how much further we need to go in order to achieve gender parity in the legal profession. Firstly, I'd like to welcome the matriarch of the bar, Chief Folake Solanke, SAN. Chief Folake Solanke has many firsts to her name. She's the first female legal practitioner to be made a silk. And she has many firsts to her. The first female practitioner to, she's also the first female practitioner to become the president of Zonta, which is one of the foremost international organizations that actually fight for women's rights. So we're so glad to have Chief Mrs. Solanke here today. She has been conferred with the title and the national honor of Chief Commander of Niger, and continues to remain one of the steady and standard examples and role models that we have in the profession. Mrs. Solanke has an enduring legal practice across the globe. But because of the limited time we have, we've posted a profile in the chat box, and I'll encourage everyone to please look at our profile in the chat box. Secondly, we have with us today and I'm proud to say that we have with us today Justice Rolly Harriman. She's a judge of the High Court of Delta State, and she doubles not only as an ADR judge, but also she's vice chair of the Governing Council of Delta State Multi-Door Courthouse. Her career has been very long and is a momentous one, and it's a delight to have her here with us today. We also have with us the singular honor of having with us Mrs. Funke Agbo, SAN. She's a partner at Acres Law, one of the leading law firms in Nigeria. Mrs. Agbo is a well-rounded professional with robust career in maritime law. So we're really pleased to have Mrs. Agbo with us this afternoon. And she specializes in maritime and shipping law and always has a passion for ensuring that there's equality amongst women. I'm proud to say that Mrs. Agbo not only was a coordinator of arbitral women in Nigeria, because she's always advocated for equality in appointments of women even in arbitration. So we're glad to have you here today, Mrs. Agbo, to share your perspective. And last but not the least, we have with us Asiya Arishekola Alao. Asiya Arishekola Alao, she is the General Counsel in one of the leading oil and gas companies, Notore. Notore Oil and Gas is a chemical industry PLC. Our area of specialization is actually in energy law, and she has had several positions in elite companies in the oil and gas industry. Asiya brings a lot. She's done well in her career. She's worked in Olaniwo Ajayi and also in Bagua and Igodalo before becoming a general counsel and going into in-house from Aerotron to now Notori. So I'm quite sure she will bring in a lot of her experience also to fore. And so we're very glad to have such renowned speakers to speak to this conversation. However, before we go into the discussion of today, just a few housekeeping rules. The first is that this session is only for 1 hour. So we'll be dedicating 15 minutes to questions and answers. I would please implore everyone, if you have any questions, please post it in the chat box so that at the end we'll be able to answer these questions. Without much ado, I'd like to call on our guest speaker, our mother, our matriarch, Chief Mrs. Folake Sholanke, to please deliver her the lead paper. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for honoring us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. I do hope technology will not disturb this panel, because I couldn't hear what you were saying during your introduction.
Oh, really?
Thank you for not using Mrs. Please tell the secretariat to put Mrs. for my. You did not. I thank you for not including Mrs. in my name. I'm telling the secretariat I do not use Mrs. I have the greatest respect for the chief Mr. My dear learned daughter, Folashade Ade, has been talking to me about this. She's very passionate about this event. Now, I want to just remind everyone, I was invited to come.
So we seem to be having difficulty with Chief Sholanke's network. Please just bear with me. Let me just find out what is going on. We can't seem to. I think we've lost Mrs. Sholanke. So what we'll just do for now is to start with Justice Rolly Harriman. Since the topic, as we all know today, is gender diversity, working together to normalize equality. So we can't seem to get Chief back. I will find out what is going on. My Lord, I would like to go to you first. If you can please take us back.
I think I'm back now, am I?
It's Ghana.
Am I back now?
Yeah, this is the Ghana. Take that, ma'am.
I think I'm back now.
Yes, you are back, ma'am. Yes,
I was telling you that my invitation focused on International Women's Day.
Yes, ma'am.
And therefore my perspective is able to remind everyone about the purpose of International Women's Day. No doubt that many other participants will articulate all the problems. The United Nations is a champion for women's rights. And it's forward-looking. It's important for us to know that gender discrimination is one all over the world. But thank goodness for good choice which was valid. The World Women Conferences on the status of women. The very first one was held in Mexico City, and I was privileged to be there. The next was in Copenhagen, and also I wasn't in that one. The next one was in Nairobi in 1985, and then the mammoth Fourth Women's Conference in Beijing. I just want you to listen carefully for the areas of concern which came out after the discourse among women of the world. 1. Women and poverty. 2. Education and training of women. 3. Women and health. 4. Violence against women. 5. Women and armed conflict. 6. Women and the economy. 7. Women in power and decision making. 8. Institutional mechanism for the advancement of women. 9. Human rights of women. 10. Women and the media. And 11. Women and environment. And the girl child is the last one. As part of the discriminatory treatment of women by men, the United Nations promulgated a declaration violence against women in 1993. I can categorize the UN as a world champion of the status of women. The United Nations leadership has motivated countries to enact laws for gender equality and the protection of women from violence and the rights of children. Regrettably, despite laws, women still suffer horrific domestic violence. Let me go a bit into ancient history. In 1995, I gave a lecture on International Women's Day in the University of Helsinki in Finland. And my message to them, and that message I'm repeating before you, was that International Women's Day is not really for cocktails, parties, celebrations, but it's for the government to be challenged to tell the world what they have done to improve the status of women before and also in the coming year. The same thing goes for and what you're going to do about the status of women in positions of power. One of the most important attributes that we must work on is health, because health is wealth. We are all here because we are well, and therefore we must all, it is seriously advanced that the health of a young female baby or girl should not be compromised. The 12th and last critical area of concern published by the 1995 Fourth Women Conference in Beijing has these words: the Convention on the Right of the Child recognizes that states parties to respect and ensure the rights set forth in the present convention of each child within their jurisdiction without discrimination of any kind, irrespective of the child or of either of her parents or legal guardian, race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national, ethnic, on social origin, property, disability, birth, or state, so that every other obstacle was being prevented to give any child a problem. So in that context, I think the Women's Forum should now look at the problem of genital mutilation and what they're going to do, at least to let the young girls who are in school now to know about the dangers involved in genital mutilation so that they will not do that for their own child. That is very important. Then education. Education, again, we're here because we're healthy. We're also here because we are beneficiaries of education at all levels. Look at what is happening in our schools now, particularly boarding schools. When bandits attack schools, carry away girls, I know they carry boys also, carry away girls, adolescents in their prime, in the prime of their youth. They take them away. Those who were taken away about 8 years ago, about 50 of girls, about 100 of them have never returned. So what is the forum doing to each branch to connect with a school and take the message of International Women's Day to the young children in their schools? And because education is so important, what are we going to do to make sure we give scholarship to an indigent child and try to make sure that that indigent child with talent is not wasted? And also, what is the women's group doing to protest and condemn what is going on now about what we say about it abroad, that the bandits, the government authorities negotiate with the bandits to pay huge sums of money. I mean, these bandits should be prosecuted, not be given money, if that is true. And in any case, how many of these terrible disasters, people are being beheaded, women are being raped, how many of them have we heard have been prosecuted? This dangerous situation cannot go on in this country because criminality must be punished. But in our country, it seems to me that criminality is being paid a ransom. And if you do so, it encourages and enriches the bandits to go and perpetrate more atrocities.
Thank you very
much. Then another thing that I would like to urge on you is the environment. The environment. When you go around, there's so much pollution. Women are very connected with land. Women are very connected with the environment. You go around the gutters, the rivers, full of plastic. I mean, all over the world, people are trying to find out how they can lessen the use of plastic. But no, I don't see how much the government of Nigeria is doing about clearing all the rubbish in all the bottles that are everywhere. And that is important because health is involved. Health is involved. And again, even when you look at the problem of the children who are being abducted, their health is being compromised. And it's important for us in our own position to see what we can do to help those who are coming to us. Now, I want to just let you know that it grieves my soul that the issue of corruption is being labeled against both men and women. It's not only men. Again, if you're going to be in a position of leadership, that means that you have to be very careful to make sure that you are all we are also corruption-free. And I always say to my learned friends that we can get rid of corruption. Very simple. If each one of us would just be corruption-free, then the whole profession will be corruption-free. I want to congratulate the forum for organizing this discourse, and I hope that the group will become more vocal. I want to be able to hear that they're holding press conference to denounce the evil doing in this country. They're giving scholarship as much as they can to indigent people. They're asking people to look after their environment and, of course, to make sure they're good citizens. And I think that what I would like to end up with is from the Bible. And
thank you.
In the sense that I've asked you to speak up. I want you to speak up, because if we don't speak up, then we cannot be of much help. So I'm referring to Proverbs 31, verse 8 and verse 9. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and the needy. Those biblical injunctions are directed directly to the legal profession. Let us speak up in the language of the youth. Speak up. Sorosoke. Sorosoke. Sorosoke.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Presidents of the forum, assets, call press conferences, visit schools, visit hospitals. What about the victims of rape? What assistance are we giving to victims of rape? What assistance? I think 4 minutes. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your attention. And I wish you a very
exclusivity. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Spectacular discourse all over. You have many people to talk about the problem. Thank you very much.
We're so grateful, ma'am. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an eloquent and well-delivered and well-researched paper on women's rights. It's indeed always a pleasure to listen and hear you, ma, and for sharing your perspective on how women can take the message of International Women's Day to the community. We indeed will Sorosoke, ma, and we plan to be bold. Thank you so much, ma. Without much ado, I'll quickly move to Justice Rolly Harriman to not only comment on Chief Sholanke's paper, but also I'll quickly also ask a question. My Lord.
Thank you. Thank you. I must congratulate the Women's Forum, headed by Professor Bangoshe, who was incidentally my classmate in the law school. I also pay my respects to Chief Sholanke. You're an inspiration to all women, especially in the legal profession. Though I've not had the privilege of seeing Chief Sholanke's paper, but I think there are two aspects to it. The international aspect, as well as what we can do to Sorosoke. I will start from the second aspect, the Sorosoke aspect. And I'm proud to say that the National Association of Women Judges, a very old organization made up of 4 female judges in Nigeria, we are Sorosoke because I am the international director of that association, and we speak to defend the rights of the poor, the needy, and women generally in society. So the issues of rape and discrimination is one of the key aspects of the National Association of Women Judges. Because Chief Sholanke has also mentioned the international aspect of it, I would like to quote from the from what the International Development Law Institute has said in one of their webinars. They say that the equal representation of women in the justice sector is a human right guaranteed by the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against and reinforced by the Beijing Platform for Action under the critical areas of concern on women in power and decision-making and on human rights of women. It went on to say that despite incremental country progress in achieving gender parity in the justice sector, women continue to encounter overall social, economic, and institutional challenges to their full and effective participation as justice agents. Challenges range from gender stereotypes to sexual harassment, time poverty, limited opportunities to career advancement, and obstacles to access leadership positions. In some cases, barriers have been further amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic. Against this background, that event was to highlight the importance of investing in the equal representation of women in the delivery of justice, and to seek to identify challenges to gender equality in the justice sector, especially within COVID-19 context, discuss the policy and programmatic directions for prioritizing gender eliminations. So internationally and globally, this is a major aspect of the concern for women lawyers and judges in general. There are two aspects to what Chief Yolande has spoken to us about. We have the challenges of women in the profession and the ills of women. Challenges are things they cannot do anything about, but the ills are the ills that the women themselves bring onto themselves. There's no doubt there's some form of discrimination anywhere. I cannot say it's more profound in the legal profession. There are so many things that women face as challenges because of their sex, and this because they are married. Sometimes they are discriminated because they are married. They are also discriminated because they are unmarried. They are also discriminated because they are widows. They are discriminated because they are nursing mothers. They are discriminated because their children are of school age. They are discriminated because their children are teenagers. So all these forms of discrimination are things we cannot hide away from. But you see, can we really say that these stereotypes are a problem to women achieving their goal? I would say, from what I heard from the other panel, it's more to do with the way we think, a re-engineering of the way we think. And one of the ways of beating and pushing back those discrimination is for the woman to decide to work, which brings me to work hard, which brings me to the point about ills, the ills that women bring onto themselves. I have been an employer of labor. I've employed women, I've employed men. I've also worked with other women. One of the ills of that we bring onto ourselves is, I am sorry to say, laziness. Many women believe that they can achieve what they want by just being a woman. You all understand what I mean. And they don't take time out to improve themselves, to work hard, and to advertise their capabilities. Many of us on this program, I know many of you. I was practicing in Lagos. I was a teacher in the law school. I was also a trainer with the council with the MBA. You need to showcase yourself either by doing voluntary work, then people would notice you. You need to do things not just for the money or for getting attention. You need to work hard. Without that, you cannot compete. It's the same thing for everybody, not just for women. If you cannot work hard, if you think that being married is a challenge, if you think that having a child is a challenge to you achieving your goals, then you have sworn on yourself. So we should be prepared to be able to manage. Women are usually good managers. And I must say, I will also refer to the recent conference held by Nigerian women judges. The Chief Justice of Nigeria had this to say, that women are a special breed, and their organizational skills and their integrity is not in doubt. So that means the men themselves believe that women generally have integrity, women generally have good administrative skills. But how do you surpass that stereotype that you are within that league of women who have good organizational skills? I remember many years ago when I was in legal practice, I had females and males as junior counsel. And I must say that one of the ladies I employed, she was just satisfied with just coming to work and eating bread and drinking Coke every day. And after a while, she said, "Oh, please, could you help me get a job in the ministry?" I said, "Why do you want the ministry?" She said, "Because there will be less work for me to do. That's why I want to go." And I told her, you will fail the interview if you go to that interview and you say, "It's because I want to do less work." So we should have a reorientation and start thinking of working hard and showcasing ourselves wherever we are put, be it public service or private service. That way, we'll be able to shake off discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, my lord. Thank you so much. Well, definitely, we're special breeds, and we're all trying to showcase ourselves more. So thank you for that, ma. I'll go to Mrs. Agbo now. Mrs. Agbo, you have had an outstanding career as one of the leading practitioners in a highly specialized male-dominated area of practice, which is the maritime and shipping law. And more significantly, you are one of the less than 2% female that have attained the prestigious rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria. What do you think is responsible for this anomaly? Because I can't understand where there are 619 Senior Advocates of Nigeria and only less than 20 are women. How do you think this status quo can be changed?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's a lot of questions, and they're very, very loaded. But first of all, let me just, how many minutes do we have? Because I think it will help if we tell
I'll give you 6 minutes. We're really running out of time, unfortunately.
All right.
You can just this question. This question, if you can.
Yeah, okay, I'll just do my best. But I want to acknowledge Chief Folake Solanke, one of the people on whose shoulders I stand and whose a lot of us stand. I feel really honored and privileged to be on a panel with her. In fact, when you told me that she was going to be speaking, I was thinking I was going to look for how I was going to make sure I dress properly and everything. Honestly, at the introduction of this session, we talked about some of us being icons. I have to, with the kind permission of my Lord and my dear Asia, Asia, how are you? It's been a while.
I'm fine, thank you, ma. Good to see you.
We have to agree that Chief Folake Solanke is the only icon on this panel. So, but having said that, this issue of number of female SANs is something that keeps resounding, and obviously it resonates with women. And as I speak, I don't think that we are up to 30 female SANs, both living and past, as of today. When Chief Solanke became SAN in 1981, I was just coming out of the University of Lagos. I was just graduating from the University of Lagos. I hadn't even gone into the law school. So it just sounded like something that was like one story of one lady that was, that we were just looking at her up, very far. And this was 1981. The next, and Chief Solanke, I read some parts of your book very quickly yesterday. I've had it sent to my office after your 88th, so your celebration of the 40 years as an SAN. I tried to get it quickly. I couldn't get it quickly enough because I really, really wanted to know so much about you. Honestly, I've admired you for so long, and I really hope I have the opportunity of actually meeting you and speaking. made, how many women, how many men. Even the last one, I think there were maybe 1 or 2 women in that list. So it means that we have a lot of work in trying to marshal young women up that path. This is not to say that being a senior advocate of Nigeria for a female lawyer is the ultimate. No, it's not everybody's desire to be a senior advocate of Nigeria. I have to say it was never really my initial desire to be a senior advocate of Nigeria. I qualified as a lawyer in 1982. The first time it actually came to my consciousness that I could even try or consider it was in 2005. And in 2005, I was so far away from even meeting the requirements at the time that I just, well, I took it in my stride. I didn't really press for it. I didn't plan, I didn't organize myself to do it. But eventually I did get there. And I was conferred in 2016.
Thank you very much.
So many years later. So in terms of status quo, we just need to be prepared. Like in every position that a woman seeks to get into, because it's male-dominated, any position, you just need to prepare yourself for that position so that once the opportunity is there, you give yourself a fighting chance. And how do I say prepare yourself? Build yourself up, get the knowledge, do the work, do the work, do the work. If we have the opportunity to talk to you about how young women can, in light of maybe their marital situation or family situation and so on, it's just like in every situation, for even a man, they will tell you that behind every successful man, there's a woman. Behind every successful woman, there's a man, even starting from her father. So we just need to reorientate ourselves for those who are go-getters, those who can do it. For us women who see the younger women coming up, once you identify people who can make it, who haven't thought about it, put it in their consciousness, help them.
Thank you.
Be champions for them. Just as we're saying men can be champions for women, women can be champions for women. So that's my thought going forward.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Apple. And definitely we will all take the challenge. Swiftly, I'll go to Asiya. Asiya, your career path has been quite impressive. After 16 years post-call to the bar, you're now General Counsel at Notori. The sky is indeed your limit. Could you please share with us if there were indeed any limitations or setback when you faced due to your gender in your legal career? And how were you able to navigate your way in such a male-dominated profession?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I just say that it's a real privilege for me to be on this panel. I was actually born the year Chief Sri Lanka was called to the bar. So it's a real privilege for me to be here on the same panel with her. Mrs. Harbour, I've worked with for so many years, and Justice Harriman was my teacher in law school. So it's a big honor for me to be here. Mrs. Ali is my big sister from Ibadan. So I'm the one that is privileged to be on this panel with each and every one of you. Indeed, I had a lot of limitations and a lot of setbacks. The story is long, but I would say that I continue to persevere. At some point, I learned not to challenge because I found out that once I challenged, it got worse the next year. In terms of if you meet your KPIs and then you're still not promoted and you challenge it, then I found that coming years, you would do the same thing and you would get graded lesser. And then you would wonder, what exactly did I do in 2007 that I haven't done in 2008? And why is this my KPI? Why am I being graded lesser? So I decided not to stop challenging, just to continue to work hard. I worked harder. I learned a lot more. And I just took no for an answer. I had people laugh at me, especially my late father, who would say to me, come back home and stay at home with me and read newspapers. But I knew that wasn't what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to become a legal practitioner. And so I went all the way. And one thing I also realized is that the executives actually know who is working hard. Either male or female of them, they actually know your potentials and they see it. Sometimes they're unable to push for you. But if you continue to to persevere, and you're determined that this is actually the preferred area of practice, and you continue to go for it, you would actually be recognized, and eventually you would get what you actually set out to achieve. And this is exactly what happened to me. I continued and I didn't take no for an answer. I mean, some days it's very painful, especially when you see people that you know this is just the question of grace, like why, how? But you continue to set your eyes on the goal and just know that this is where I'm going, and I'm going to continue to forge on, and I'm not going to allow myself to be deterred by all the setbacks and everything else that happens in the industry. It is indeed a male-dominated environment, very much so. The male counterparts watch out for themselves, and they continue to help themselves grow. One thing I also found is the women actually don't really help themselves. In some instances, you will find some women. I found some women in my career that have supported me, but you would also find that a lot of women actually are not willing to support you grow. So I think we as women also need to be our helpers and our keepers. And when you identify that people actually have the potentials to be better, you should try to support them and push them forward. And really, the sky is the limit when we do that. I think this is my testimony, and my career is still ongoing. I haven't reached the highest pinnacle. I mean, this is General Counsel, it's just the beginning of the potentials. But yes, I'm thankful to be here with everyone and to have the opportunity to speak on this panel with everyone.
Thank you very much, Asiya. And thank you. Definitely hard work pays, and we can see that. My Lord, Justice Harriman?
Yes, I'm here.
Also, in the recent appointment of judges to the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court, the ratio of men to women was 16:2 in the Court of Appeal, and for the Supreme Court, the ratio was 6:1. As a judge of many years standing, can you please explain the cause of this gender imbalance and what can be done to bridge the gap in the future?
That is very interesting, your statistics. It never occurred to me to count the number of women who are in that category. I'm also not a member of the NJC, the body that is constituted for the appointment of judges. But I must say, from my own thinking, that the selection at the appointment is not based on gender at all, more to do with your experience and your work. So I don't think gender plays a very important role, if any, in the appointment of judges. And I must also say, as a judge, I doubt if gender is a major challenge in our promotion, in the work we do. It's just based on your work, not on whether you are a man or woman. So if you have personal challenges, it will be reflected in your work, but not because somebody else is discriminating against you. So I must say that there's no policy of the NJC that says there must be a required number of women to be appointed at any time. There's also no policy, apart from quota system with regards to regions. There is also no policy. But I must congratulate many state judiciaries on the fact that they have tended to engage more women as judges in those states. For example, Lagos has a higher percentage of female judges than any other state in this country. Edo State, the same thing, the last appointment, more than 80% were women. Delta State, we are very proud, we are just as many as the men. Bayelsa State, and so many states like that, you know. I mean, local balance, you may say, it's a good job for a woman. You don't have to run around looking for briefs and all of that. But I don't think gender plays any role in your qualification or a consideration for your appointment. So,
so we just have to work harder.
Yes, just work harder and showcase yourself.
Thank you. We will do that. Thank you, everyone. And we have some questions in the chat box. The first one goes to Mrs. Agbo. Mrs. Agbo, why is diversity important in law firms? That's a question from a participant. Why is diversity important in law firms?
Just as diversity is important in every institution, in every place, I think this is what we've been talking about. Law firms is no different. In my firm, for instance, I just did a quick head count. We have 7 partners I think altogether, in addition to that, 54 lawyers, or I think increase of the partners. We have 3 male partners, 4 female partners, and in a bench of about 54 lawyers across all our firms, all our offices, we have 31 female lawyers. I think in fact, I think if anybody from...
And we're just looking forward to more happy times and more days like that, because the family, some of the family...
We have a disruption from some participants. Everybody, could you please mute yourselves, please, apart from the...
yeah, so we have 54 lawyers, 23 are male, and 31 are female. I didn't actually realize that myself. So certainly we are, if anybody's going to be complaining, it will be the men, but I'm sure that they won't complain because a lot of the work, it's shared labor by everyone. So it's important because everybody brings different skills to the table, you know, and just as in any institution, a law firm is no different, as I said. We have male lawyers who do things that female lawyers do. We have female lawyers who do the things that male lawyers do. So in terms of the type of work that is done in the law firm, whether it's litigation, going to court, having to travel, and in any event, even if you're a transactional lawyer, you're going to have to travel anyway, and you have men and women across this table. The thing about the legal profession in Nigeria, especially at the commercial, what we call the commercial bar, it's pretty diverse. So just as you have in the judiciary, there's a lot of women in those positions. And as I say, you bring different skills, different strengths, you bring your emotions, you bring your organizational skills, and the men bring, and women do also bring logic and those sorts of things that men boast about, but which women also have. So you can imagine look at, I have to keep going back to Chief Folake Shunanke. She taught mathematics and Latin. And she still, everything she says replete with Latin words. Her book is full of Latin words. So you have powerful women, powerful men in a space. The sky is the limit for that law firm. So it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Agbo. There's another question for Asiya. That in trying to curb the gender disparity in the legal profession, it is essential to note that the responsibility cannot be only on female lawyers. What role do you reckon that our male counterpart has to play in achieving equal representation of women?
For me, I think with my experience, I would say that they have to try to be inclusive and acknowledge the fact that acknowledge their female counterparts prowess, and also learn from the female counterparts when they identify that they're actually, I mean, it's not competition. I'd just like to put that on the table. It's not competition, and it's not bad that someone knows more than you. Someone would always know more than you. I feel that it's very important for them to embrace this, and it would actually be better for the organization as a whole, or the law firm, or whatever it is they're working at together, if they can learn to actually involve the women and understand that it's always mutually beneficial when it's a team play, and not just because you feel you're a man and you essentially feel you can do it better because you're a man. It's not always that case. In some cases, with my own experience, I've seen the women, they have a lot more tendency for this career, and they actually do a bit better than male counterpart in some instances and in some area of the career. So I feel like inclusion, fairness, and just understanding that two heads are always better than one, and share knowledge, share talent, be open, be fair, and just be willing to work together as a team.
Thank you.
I feel that works.
Thank you very much. So the men need to carry us along, basically. Thank you very much. There's a question here, Mrs. Agbo. The reason a lot of women are not conferred with SAN title is because it is restricted to those in litigation or academia. What provision is there for those striving in their career but not in the litigation or academia sphere. So basically, for solicitors, people that have law, that are not into advocacy. Could you please address that for us?
No, I'll try.
Run out of time.
Well, this is a conversation that has been ongoing for some time. And I think that from the point of view of the Privileges Committee that confers the rank and the rules surrounding them, they have limited it to basically barristers, people who appear in court, and also it was extended to academicians as well. So I don't know how we get around those rules to be able to, maybe you want to call it a different name, because they are not advocates, is what the argument would be.
Yes.
At least not advocates at the bar. They are advocates for their clients in transactional matters. They provide legal advice. And there are very many of them who are, some of these lawyers, very senior people, very well respected, internationally also renowned as great legal experts on Nigerian law, who have given evidence of Nigerian law in courts across the world. So there's a recognition there, but it is not in the sense of conferring you with that rank called Senior Advocate of Nigeria. So the discussion has to be had as to whether there should be something like that. And I think that Women's Forum or the NBA at large is the body that is able to make a case for either them become senior advocates or that some other kind of ranking is provided for lawyers in the commercial bar. But as I said, being a senior advocate should not really be the be-all and end-all of anybody's career. I know people who have been practicing law for ages. They are recognized by even the judges as senior counsel, and they give them the respect as senior counsel. The fact that you are not a senior advocate of Nigeria should not take away the dignity and respect that you have as a result of the experience, the knowledge, the expertise that you bring to bear in the court or in any sort of situation. So for me, it's easy for me to say because I'm a senior advocate of Nigeria, yes. However, I know people like me who are quite happy to do what they're doing, and when they retire at 60, 65, whatever, they go home and go and do something else completely, which is what people do in other countries. You find people that I've worked with in other countries, in other law firms, who by the time I'm still, going to court at 60, 61, and so on, they've retired at 55. They've gone on to do something else. I know somebody who started a carpentry workshop. I know somebody who's farming. They are very happy. They've made they've got all the accolades. They've decided they're going to retire. So you don't have to retire into law, and you don't have to retire into being an SAN. You can retire into being Funkeago, whoever. So I think it's just a conversation we have to have. But just one more thing, just to speak to Chief Sholanke's paper when she was talking. I think that the Women's Forum, this forum, is really, really well suited to project the views of women and other things that ail the society as a whole. We should really we should speak up. And I would encourage the forum to do so. And thank you, everyone, for allowing me to speak. I salute Professor Bangoshe, who I have met in other fora for leading this charge. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This has been a very engaging and insightful session. I'd like to first of all say a big thank you to our lead discussant, our matriarch at the bar, Chief Folake Sholanke SAN, who, even though we all can't believe, is 80, is not tired, is still inspiring all of us. And to our discussant, Justice Harriman, we're so grateful. You've always been there for us. You continue to inspire us. Thank you so much for giving your time. Mrs. Agbo, thank you very much. An advocate for women, continue to inspire us. Thank you. Asia, all the best. Thank you for giving insights as to how we can be, how hard work pays. And we just thank everyone and all the participants who have actually taken time to be here today. As we leave, let us continue to remember that we must all unite to achieve and create for ourselves a world where the opportunities for greater participation of women, greater inclusion, and greater recognition in our profession, and for women of all strata of our society to continue to be there. So we're not a rarity, we're a constant. We need to be bold. We need to sort of okay. And the more bold we are, the more we'll be able to achieve. So thank you all. Please, time is up. We are sorry that we couldn't take all questions. We only have an hour and we have to keep to the time that we've been given. The next session is here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a minute, please, ma'am. Before you go, would like to have the photo session.
Thank you.
So it's the virtual photo session. Would ask all the panelists and the moderator to please, as well as everyone who is joining in, to please switch on your camera and raise your hand. So please, we'll ask you to please switch on your camera. Please raise your hand as we take the Choose to Challenge picture, just to celebrate the Women's Month. And, you know, it's a symbol that we are rising, you know, to stand against inequality. So please raise one hand and we'll take the picture shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Shade.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're not surprised that at an important event like this, there are a lot of dignitaries in attendance. I was just informed that we have in attendance here the First Lady of Imo State, Her Excellency, Mrs. Chioma Uzodimma. She's a member of this noble profession, and she's also a strong voice against gender-based violence in Nigeria. Our office has thrown its support behind the NBAWF conference. All right, so she's here already. I'll just leave the stage. But before I do that, ladies and gentlemen joining from different parts of the world, please let's make welcome Her Excellency for a Goodwill message.
Good afternoon, my sister, my colleague, Her Excellency Barrister Anna Ishaku, the wife of the Governor of Taraba State. Good afternoon, my learned colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm particularly delighted to be part of this August Summit, first as a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, Women of Forum, and secondly, to be part of the colleague of speakers at the maiden edition of this conference. I commend the efforts of the MBAWF at changing the narratives and elevating the discourse to include issues pertinent to the overall interest of our women in the legal profession and indeed all other spheres of life and endeavors. This in line with their core mandates and goal. May I seize this opportunity of this speech to acknowledge the weight and profile of highly esteemed men and women, individuals who have distinguished themselves in all spheres of life, who were chosen to color the stage and address critical tropical issues at this auspicious occasion. The choice of theme of this conference, The Pathway to Diversity, Challenging Blind Spots, and Powering Up for Inclusion, could not have come at a better time than now, when the world needs to acknowledge the unique roles women play in global development, challenging the status quo, stereotypes, biases, and sundry ugly incidences of rape and other forms of gender-based violence in our society, so that positive changes can come forthwith. As we all know, me and my colleagues and I, and the Nigerian Governor's Wives, have formed we formed a forum, Nigerian Governance Wives Against Gender-Based Violence, and we've been working hand in hand together to fight this menace, gender-based violence. And we've been making so much effort and working hard to make sure this is curbed in our society. And in my address at a similar event, the conference marking the annual International Women's Day on March 11, 2021 in Owerri, Imo State, I mentioned that in order to do justice to the message as contained in the campaign theme, Choose to Challenge, women must choose to challenge the limits, labels, and inequalities placed on us. For a challenge world is a world prepared to forge a gender equal space and celebrate the social, cultural, economic, political, and other achievements of our women across the globe, no matter how little. I'm particularly glad that my charge at the event is synonymous with the aim of this conference, which is to spotlight the achievements of the Nigerian female lawyers, while charting solutions to address areas of the necessary improvements such as diversity in the profession, stereotypes, representation in governance, and growth acceleration for young female lawyers. In various fora and speaking engagements, I've continued to maintain that women can be more only if we come together and forge a common front. For we are our own enemies, and when we work together, great things happen. So we need to work together and we will do exploits, because when women work together, we do exploits. This can only be possible when women embrace hearts devoid of destructive envy, backbiting, unhealthy rivalry, and competitions. Women are meant to see themselves as pillars and leaders for each other to climb when and where necessary. Finally, it is important to highlight the women's voices and experiences. Finally, it is important to highlight that women's voices and experiences are central to our national development. And so I salute the work of our women within the various institutions and organizations in showing leadership and diminishing sundry qualities. My best wishes to the leadership and members of the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum, and also the organizers of the MBAWF IWD conference. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just before we went into the session, that's the last session, we had a poll, and everyone was asked, from your experience, do you think that gender inequality is a reality in the legal practice in Nigeria today? Now, this is what you said. The results of the poll will be displayed on your screen right away. So a large percentage said yes. And then we have no's, and then we have just a little bit. But I see that the yes have it from what the voice of the people says. So it means that more people, a lot more people believe that gender inequality is a reality in the legal practice in Nigeria today. And that just shows us that indeed there is actually a challenge, and we should be looking at the way forward. Thankfully, this is what we are doing at the NBAWF today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving now into the next conversation. The panel discussion is here, and this one is on accelerating the growth of female lawyers in-house. I'm happy that this discourse is made rich, because it's not just focusing on people who are in litigation or people who are in a particular field. We're talking about lawyers totally. And so this conversation is very important. It's my great pleasure to make welcome the moderator, whom I'll be handing over to now. He is the chief, or she is, pardon me, the Chief Compliance Officer at Owando PLC. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Ayotola Jagmu to moderate the next session. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome to everyone, distinguished guests. I will stand on all existing protocol. ladies and gentlemen, I just really want to, welcome you to this session. I know you've had very
they most likely will not come to you. So that's why you need to ensure that you have a gender diversity program or policy that is organization-wide. Secondly, there needs to be a shift from what position did you hold the last time to what experience or knowledge or skills did you gather the last time. We need to do that, because if we go on focusing on what was your last position, you find out that it will defeat the essence of diversity. Why? Because you'll find out that when board want to appoint the CEO or the head of legal and all of that, one way or the other, it falls on the men's lap. So most times when recruiting services or recruiters focus on what was your last job, we need a former CEO here, or we need a former or retired legal person here, in-house counsel, chief legal counsel. You will end up going back to the men or to the few ladies or women in the space who have garnered enough experience. That's another solution to the problem. We need to shift away from what was your last position to what was your last experience. The third thing I would suggest is there is need for us to disincentivize lack of gender diversity. So there are companies and boards today that have so many men, if not only men. And thanks to the Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance and some of the rules from the Securities and Exchange Commission, at least at the top, when it comes to the top companies listed on the stock exchange. But I think with the Code of Corporate Governance, that can now go, to other companies as well, where you have to at least try and disincentivize or penalize all gender diversity at board level. But again, that is making the mistake of focusing on the board at board level, C-suite level. We need to have those Code of Corporate Governance also look at entry level and middle management level as well for diversity. Another thing I think we should do is to incentivize mentorship. And I think this is something we're not doing enough. Usually companies, no matter how big they are, they seem to rely on voluntary organizations such as MBA Women Forum, for instance, to drive internship programs and then invite them to the table. I think it should be the other way around. I think that as much as MBA Women Forum can have such initiatives for mentorship, it should be internalized, meaning that the current chief legal person in any company should start focusing on building their own in-house mentorship program, so that as soon as the chief legal person is on its way out, there is no issue, there is no gap. Because if there is a gap, it means that what's going to happen is that the employer or the board would say, we still want you there because you're the only woman we know who knows this stuff. Or if you have to leave, they'll go to the neighbor and say, we only know you, come over here. And that's how women are accumulating directorship positions in bulk. You are board chairman in company A, you are board chairman in company B, you're in the board in company C. That's not great. So we need to have mentorship programs that enable transfer of skills, values, culture, and all of that. I think on the skirt issue, golden skirt issue, I would say one of the things we need to do is to be real about diversity. For too many companies and brands, diversity for them is all about ticking the boxes. So once you tick the box, oh great, we are now safe. The SEC will not have any issue with us. Oh great, we've made the minimum compliance requirements under the code of conduct. We have to realize that those codes of corporate governance and all of them, they are just minimum. For a company that wants to be excellent in a global economy that is ever competitive, you want to be sure that you have imbibed that diversity culture. so that it's not all about ticking the boxes, but all about internalizing that value, so that by the end of the day, you stand up in a space as a company that is not raising, just raising men as giants, but also you have enough women on board. And so that's, I think, we can sort out the golden skirt issue. Balance stuff. Yes.
Thank you. You raised some important points, and I just want to ask, just break it down a bit and get some views from the other panelists. Okay. One of the things I hear you say is it really shouldn't just be the role of the NBAWF to mentor female lawyers, because there is that risk that if it's not everyone's problem, both male and female to fix, we do need the he for she's. We heard Yemi talk about how her mentors, her sponsors have been, she's been quite supportive. She's been supported by men in her role. Same thing with myself. I've had most, if not all of my mentors have been male. My sponsors are all male at this time. But it's important that men really get involved in the conversation, which is why we have you here. But I recall also yesterday, we were then talking, you also mentioned another thing about not just focusing on the C-suite and board level, but also throughout the organization. And I find that certainly in my organization, we have no problem. And I think in most organizations, there's no problem with diversity at the lower levels. It's really pushing up from junior middle management to senior management that we seem to have a problem. And I'd like to find out why the other panelists think that is the case. Certainly also when it comes to law firms and partnerships, even though right now we're focused on in-house lawyers, there just seems to be a bit of a struggle, to move from that why is that the case? And then another thing we spoke about was fixing the root of the problem. That sometimes when you talk about affirmative action and you want to do affirmative action, you end up really just focusing on the branches, and there is still that underlying problem. And you don't want a situation where somebody says, "Oh, you want 2 board seats, take 2 board seats and leave us alone." Let's fix what the real issues are so that the person emerging for the position is actually the person who deserves that position, regardless of whether they're male or female. But certainly there are competent women out there to fill those roles. Oyinko, I'd like to get your views on that, and then Bidemi.
Okay, thank you, Tola. Well, first of all, let me talk from a personal experience or from experience in my firm. We don't have any such strictures, whether from lower level to middle level, from middle level to high level. We have an equal opportunity firm. We have as many women at the partnership level as we have men. In fact, to be perfectly honest, I think I would say that all my female juniors are much more hardworking than their male counterparts. And so they don't get, and this is consistent with what a lot of people, have to experience that a lot of people have. You find that many women are very hardworking, very deserving of the opportunities. But I'd like to touch on the MBA aspect of things which you just mentioned. I do happen to know that we still have laws in Nigeria today that will not employ female barristers or female lawyers. For whatever reason, yes. And this is happening in spite of the fact that we're in 2021 and, with all the talk around women, gender equality and so on and so forth. So the Women's Forum, for example, could engage itself in exercises to get to the root of that and find out why that happens and perhaps create more opportunities for female lawyers to be employed in firms. But I still like to go back to my favorite theme about it starts with us. And something that I mentioned yesterday, subconsciously, the subconscious biases that we have are sometimes emanating straight from women. So, for example, to use a benign example, if you wanted to send a lawyer to Maiduguri for a case, the reality is that most people would think of sending a male lawyer first before thinking of sending a female lawyer. I'm not sure that many female lawyers will argue with that kind of bias because it's been exercised kind of in their favor. But you see, these things go both ways. We need to rid ourselves of those subconscious biases as well, you know, we women as well. And we women also need to be conscious of the fact that we're representative. So we must take one for the team. I find that a number of women will use their femininity or their womanhood as an excuse. And unfortunately, each time that happens, it's inimical to women's progress. It's inimical to the sisterhood.
Absolutely.
If there's anything that we can take away from this, let's just remember that we're representative and that if we're striving to achieve these goals, every little thing that chips away at that progress takes us back a lot more than this. Because you will find out, for example, that if you ask those very senior colleagues who do not employ females why they do it, fairly or unfairly, it will lead back to some woman or the other not taking one for the team. So we've got to remember all of these things and bear them in mind. As we're fighting and struggling, we need to remember that we have responsibilities. Those rights that we're looking for, they come with responsibilities.
Thank you. Sheye, let me come to you.
Absolutely.
And let me go to Cheyenne and ask him what he thinks about that. First of all, please finish what you were saying around the wage pay parity, and then your view on women's representation at both levels.
Thank you. My apologies. I'm working with 3 or 4 providers here, and they choose to perform at that point in time. I was saying that it gives us, for not just men, but organizations, to try and standardize and determine upfront what goes with positions and levels. What is there, whoever occupies that, whether male or female, then takes that. That way you come against, because when you leave it to discretion, then you find the kind of thing that's happening where men and women are doing the same job, and then the women are getting paid less. There's no basis for it. So they deserve, everybody who works deserves their pay, and that's just how it should be. And so we need to ensure that at least at the corporate level, we work towards less discretion and much more standardized. That way, whoever gets it then gets whatever is there. In terms of the board positioning, we need to be careful that we don't reduce it to a matter of just filling the role. When we take it that way, we lose the respect and the credit for those who deserve. What we need to do is to acknowledge that there are women who deserve those roles, and therefore we should fill those roles with them, not because they're just women, but because so that we're not just saying, oh, we need 2 board seats, fill it. That's why I say what the NSC says is good, but we mustn't reduce it to just a matter of ticking the box or just looking for women to fill. No, there are more than enough women who have enough to bring to the table, and that is what we must look for. Not just because we have to fill the role with a woman, but because the woman brings a lot to the table, and that's just what it is. I've worked with women all my career, and like I said earlier on, there's so many of them that are better than us, and it's just, that's just what it is. And, even in class they were better than us. So how can there be despite that? There's just no basis for it. So I believe that we need to be conscious why we want to fill those gaps, when we want to fill those roles, to bring the gender parity. We must also consciously ensure that they are giving credit because of what they bring to it, not just because they are women. That is very important for me. And that leads me to what Senator was just saying the other time, that we need to be more conscious about growing the pipeline from the bottom up, and rather than just focusing on the C-suite. But we need to recognize that whoever we're used to fill any position brings enough credibility on their own merit, apart from the gender. The gender for me should just rather be it's just like you're securing space, but it has to be we must give credit to whom credit is due, and we shouldn't reduce it to just, oh, we need 2 women on the bus, it just no. None of them is just a post filler. No. They deserve their seat and they ought to get it on their credit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just quickly round up with that Oyikon's example. That is not the equivalent of my book in these times. It's not where you want to do gender parity, because even a male will think twice. That's also like to
the funny thing is, I was the lawyer when I was in practice who did all the traveling, and I went from everywhere from Weli to Kano to Kaduna. So I am with Oyinkan on that. You have
this was safer then. These are tough time. I do believe this time
around the time of Maitasini riots, by the way. So this was around the time of the Maitasini riots. So I really do feel that it's called an occupational hazard, and you have to be willing to pay the price. It is somebody's son who is going out there. You are someone's daughter, but there's someone's son who is being sent out to Maiduguri as well. And I for the paternalistic sentiment in wanting to protect your ladies. But these are some of the things that, again, we are trying to discuss.
Yeah, you see, so let me just come in there. Let me just correct something. You see, my point is this, that those are subconscious biases that the female lawyer may not even get to know. The decision is taken on your behalf. Oh no, we have to send someone there. No, don't send her. She's a woman. Now, it may stem from a paternalistic point of view, but it's the same way that when the decision is not going to favor you progress-wise, or say, for example, those cases that you need to notch up in order to make your target.
Very correct.
Yeah, you need to make them up. Nobody's giving you the opportunity to decide whether you would have been okay to go. They've taken the decision on your behalf. They say, oh, she's a woman. No, don't send her. These are rough times. She can't do it.
But
so
can I come in there?
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that our girls, if that happens to you, you need to step up and say, sorry, why am I not being asked to go?
I agree with you.
Some women are happy that they haven't been told to go. They're like, oh, thank God we chose the man.
Exactly.
And like you said, Onyeko, it rubs off on what we're fighting for, because I know that there are times I've sent a woman somewhere and she gave me a purely woman excuse. I was like, excuse me, we've been fighting for this thing for centuries, and you really want to say that? Yeah. So when that happens, women should step up and challenge it, because if you challenge when you're not given responsibility, it's easy for you to challenge when you're not being given a benefit. You cannot challenge one and challenge the other.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I am unfortunately going forever, but honestly, we need to close. We are gone past our time. I knew this was going to happen. It's been a really interesting conversation. I do apologize. We started late, that's saying, but time is against us, and we really need to, it just goes to show that we need to have more of these conversations. We need to have more of these panels. We really need to discuss this in detail. And there have been some interesting questions that have come up. Again, saying, there should be flexibility when it comes to women because they carry the burden of the family. And these are some of the things we're talking about here, about diversity. And it seems like those of us who have kind of like broken through the glass ceiling are saying, you know what, you need to pay your dues. We hope that we are being sensitive. But what we're saying is that when you go into any role, that role has certain requirements. If you want gender parity, you want all those stereotypes to be put aside. You want to be able to rise as high as you can. Then you have to meet the demands of the role. So thank you very, very much. I'd like to say a big thank you to all my speakers. I am so sorry.
Sorry, do you mind? There's some questions in the question and answer, and two of them I'd just like to point to because I know that many people might have those kind of questions. There are two questions. One that says, I need mentorship in the tech law. Are there any provisions for that currently? And also, how can young female lawyers access sponsorships and opportunities to enhance career
Thank
growth?
you so much,
those
ma'am.
two questions there was another question about when you have passion and you've never been given
Thank
an
you so much,
and
ma'am.
this in turn affects yourself.
Thank you so much. We have to go now. This is such an interesting conversation. Thank you so much.
Contradiction in terms, because if you are passionate, then you go for it.
Absolutely.
So exercise that passion.
Okay, so I now need to bring this, and thank you so much, everyone. I'm so sorry, I really need to bring this to a close. Thank you so much, everyone. We could go on forever. Also, please join the NBA. Join the NBA, join whichever fora is of interest to you, and there are so many development opportunities, mentoring opportunities in the NBA and in the different fora. So I would also ask you to please do your part and do that work, get involved. Thank you so much to all the speakers. Thank you, Olayemi. Thank you, Oyinkansola. Thank you, Sheye, Bidemi, and Senator. Thank you very much. And I would ask you to please lift up your hands and let's just take our group photo for a while. Who is taking that? Who's coordinating that?
All right, so I'm standing by now. I'd like everyone to please raise their hands and we take the group photograph. The choose to challenge photograph where you raise your right hand. So please put on your videos and would like to take this picture. Thank you so much to everyone who has joined us. We say a big thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Are we done?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sola. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Sorry, please hold on a bit. We are having a physical photo session here in the control room, and would also like you to join us virtually as well.
So you want us to put our hands back up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Announcing the constitution of the Executive Committee and the Council of the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum.
Thank you all. Thank you.
And this expo was formally inaugurated by the President on September 17th, 2019 at in Lagos. The resuscitation of the NBAWF under President Paul Usoro's administration was carried out in line with his vision to increase active participation of women in the legal profession and national development, and to connect, advance, empower women in the legal profession for success, a vision which contributed to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal 5 of achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls globally. Since its inauguration in August 2019, the NBAWF has done well to set up a strong foundation and solid structure that will cater to the needs of the Nigerian female lawyer, with the aim of fostering and ensuring continuity in the future. In October 2019, it made input to the USAID Draft Protection Against Sexual Exploitation.
Thank you very much. It was a good photo session, physically and virtually. Good to know that we'll have a photo book at the end of this conference. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, a lot of people have asked, how can we be a part of the NBAWF? How can we be a part of the Women Forum? How do we take this conversation further? How do we continue? I'd like to tell you that the link to join the NBAWF is in the chat room. So you can click on it and easily just, fill the form and join the NBAWF. From what we can see today, it promises to be a great company, a great association where you learn a lot much more. So please use the link to join the NBAWF. The link is in the chat room already. We're moving on now to the next session, the next panel session. This one is focusing on gender bias. And particularly one of the most interesting thing I see here, the highlight of this conversation for me, is that there's going to be a conversation on the issue of sexual harassment in the legal profession in Nigeria, among other things. But to me, that's something I want to hear being talked about. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to make welcome the moderator for this panel, Dr. Foluke Dada, a council member at NBAWF. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really been a pleasure listening to all the panelists today, and permit me to adopt all the protocols already established. This is session 4 of the International Women's Day Conference 2021, and I would generally like to commend the efforts of the ESCO, the committees and the planning committee who planned everything that we've been doing since morning. They have really done marvelously well. This session is actually focused on gender bias, challenging stereotypes and reinforcing diversity and inclusion. Our panel will be a little different, but before I tell you about the difference in this panel, I'm going to do the honor of welcoming the members of the panel. I would like to start with the lead panelist, who is Professor Omorogbe, Yinka Omorogbe. And Professor Yinka Omorogbe is a Harvard Advanced Leadership Initiative Fellow 2021. She's a research professor at the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies and chairperson, Edo State Task Force Against Human Trafficking. She is also the president of the Nigerian Association of Energy Economics and president, Nigerian Society of International Law. She is the immediate past Attorney General of Edo State 2017 to 2020 and the former secretary to the corporation and legal advisor, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, from 2009 to 2011. She was Dean, Faculty of Law, University of Ibadan from 2005 to 2009. Prior to moving to University of Ibadan as a full professor in 2002, she taught at the universities of Benin and Lagos. You're welcome, Professor Yinka Omorogbe. Thank you. So I'm going to introduce the next panelist, Mr. Sheni Adiosan. Mr. Sheni Adiosan is a senior advocate of Nigeria and managing partner of Copley Partners, Lagos. He is a past chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law, MBA-SBL, and a member of the National Executive Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association. You're welcome, Mr. Sheni Adio, SAN. The next panelist is Ms. Terry Mazur. Ms. Mazur is chair of the Women in Law section of the New York State Bar Association. She is a seasoned and experienced complex commercial trial lawyer who focuses her practice on antitrust and securities litigation, defense of financial institutions in the consumer financial services industry, as well as complex commercial disputes. Terry, you're so very much welcome. Our next panelist is Mrs. Inime Aguma. Mrs. Inime Ifeyinwa Chinwenwo Aguma is a lawyer called to the Nigerian bar in 1990. She began her career in 1992 at the Rivers State Ministry of Justice and voluntarily retired as an assistant director in July 2007. In 2007, she was appointed the Honorable Commissioner for Social Welfare and Rehabilitation, Rivers State. She resumed active legal practice in October 2007 as managing solicitor, Aguma & Co. Legal Practitioners, a law firm founded by her late husband, Sir Emmanuel Chinwenwo Aguma, SAN of blessed memory. Our other panelist is, you're welcome, Mrs. Aguma, but let me say quickly that Mrs. Aguma sent a message earlier on to say that she would be at the ESCO meeting, being a commissioner in River State.
Ladies and gentlemen,
so she
it's
may
my pleasure
be
to
unable
speak
to
at this
join us,
event.
but
This program
we do
to
have
highlight
a
the issue of
recording
gender
of
bias
topic,
with the aim
and
of
we will
challenging
share that with
stereotypes and
everyone.
reinforcing diversity and inclusion. I'm sorry
Our
that
next
due to the
panelist
exigencies of
is
work, I'm not physically
Umahani
present
Ahmad
at this
Amin.
program. My humble contribution this
Umahani
morning
Amin
is on sexual
a legal practitioner with over 15 years multifaceted experience of law practice, particularly in finance and capital markets. She is the principal partner of the Metropolitan Law Firm with specialized broad Islamic banking and finance practice, which she founded in 2008 together with her consultancy outfit. Umahani is a law graduate of Bayero University, Kano, and holds a master's degree in business and commercial law from the same institution. She is also a certified PPP expert from the Institute of PPP, Washington, D.C., USA. You're welcome, Ms. Amin. Now, the last but not the least is our very own Professor Oluyemisi Bangboshe SAN, the chair of our forum and the big masquerade. That's why I have her as a last person to be introduced. So Professor Oluyemisi Adefunke Bangboshe SAN is a professor of criminal law, criminology, and human rights. She is the first and presently the only female professor of law in Nigeria to be conferred with the rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria in September 2018. She is the chairperson, like I said, of the forum, and Professor Bangboshe SAN joined the services of the Faculty of Law, University of Ibadan in 1987 and became a professor of law in 2003. She was the first female head of department in the Faculty of Law and served 2 tenures in 1997 and 2003. The professor and Leonard Silk later served as Dean of Faculty of Law, University of Ibadan between 2009 and 2014. She also served as the chairperson of the study group on the death penalty for the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. She was a member of Nigeria's National Committee on the Reform of Discriminatory Laws Against Women. Professor Bangboshe SAN has a strong interest in women and children issues and has spoken at many conferences on issues relating to women and children. She was a guest speaker at the celebration of 100 years of women in law at St. Louis University, St. Louis, Missouri, USA in 2008. You're welcome, Prof. Okay, let's go on. Let me start by apologizing for the late start. That was because we had a few spillovers earlier. My apologies. And as we go on, I would like to invite Professor Yinka Omorogbe to start the party. Prof, you have 10 minutes to address us. We're really going to be mindful of the time today. It's just a little, we have so many things to do. So, Prof, please, you can start. We can't hear you, Prof. You're muted.
Your kind words.
Thank you.
May I go on?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you can go on, please. We can hear you.
Oh, I can.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind words. I'm very happy to be here. I want to share my screen, and I ask you.
We can, Prof.
Oh, you can see my screen. Okay,
yes,
thank you very much. So, I'm talking about gender bias, challenging stereotypes and enforcing diversity and inclusion, which of course is a very important topic for us. Sorry. Yes, so briefly, what is gender bias? It is a tendency to prefer one gender in preference to another, and invariably when you're talking in terms of binary gender, as we do here, it's always preferring men to women. I haven't seen the reverse, really, though people talk about it. It's the most frequently appearing bias in the workplace, and it's very often really subconscious, and we do it a lot. So I just give some examples here. Women are twice as likely to, these are researched examples, we're twice as likely to hire a male candidate. You'll find that a lot of women have that male bias, even in the profession. And a lot of us will say that, oh, there are many women somewhere, when you have only 10% of them as women. We're still not used to having women 50-50. Then again, I bring in some of us. Nigeria, why do we have no females at the bar? It is a subconscious bias, definitely. It's a gender bias. And why, for example, will a female judge take great exception to not being called, my thing is wrong, to not being called my lord or sir, when you refer to them as women, which they undoubtedly are biologically? They actually take exception. What is the reason for that? So that is gender bias.
senior lawyer. Interestingly, we have two people allocated for that. We have Ms. Terry Mazur from the New York State Bar Association, and then we have he for she, Shani Adio SAN, who's going to take the topic as well. So let's start with that right now. And I'd like to invite Terry Mazur, the chair of the Women in Law section, New York State Bar Association, to start the discussion. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here today and to be part of this discussion. In the United States, like Nigeria, we've been facing these issues for a while. We as women have been graduates from law school are about the same, about 50% women, both in Nigeria and in the United States. But as women progress through, especially I'll focus on law firms, the law firm pipeline, by the time you get to the partnership decision in the US, as I understand in Nigeria, the number has sharply dropped off. And in the US, we've been stuck at about 19% women equity partners for quite some time. It's improved minimally over the years. We've gone from, in my career, about 16% now to 19%. However, it's unacceptable. And in the business sphere, a few more women general counsels than in the past, up to about 28% in the United States, but it is still far less than it should be. Obviously, in both areas, we're not approaching gender equity at all, and we need to improve this. Women senior lawyers have such a huge role to play in this. We also need, and Shani will be a great example of this, and I know he's going to talk about this more, but given the disparity in numbers among men and women senior lawyers, you need male mentors as well. We need the men in the room to help advance the women, because without that, we're stuck. I mean, that's part of I think the problem in the United States is we haven't engaged enough men in the senior ranks of law firms, and even of businesses, although I think the businesses are leading the way more than the law firms are, in helping women advance and achieving gender diversity. As earlier panels have discussed, diversity is huge for business. More profits, more clients, all the way around. It impacts everything, and it's essential to everything, and it changes the conversation. So when we have men and women discussing things, it really changes the dynamic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mazur. The time
the
is
team of
up
women
now.
really affect in this conversation is the mix of power in the room. When there are women in the room, at the partner level, it changes. If it's all men, it's one thing, can veer into inappropriate discussions, but as the female candidates are coming up for review on advancements to partner assignments and things like that, there can be the assumption, which I've heard over and over again in my own partner meetings, we can't send that young woman because she's a new mom, she's got kids at home, she won't want to go. Well, the assumptions like that, the women can quickly dispel, and it's like you can't assume that someone doesn't want to do something.
Thank you very much, Ms. Terry. Thank you. Your time is up now. We appreciate your contributions. Well, what we take from that is basically that example and show the way mentorship. You really emphasized on mentorship, and also try to work in such a way that assumptions really don't have a place at work. Thank you very much, Terry. And I'd like to go to the he for she, like I called him, Sheni Adiosan, to tell us something about the charge for gender development and the role of the female senior lawyer. I suppose you'd be able to tell us how you do it in your own law firm. You have the floor, Sheni Adiosan.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much, Doc. It's good to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'll take off from where Terry left off. I adopt as my
That's the fact that you said we need safe environments, someone who can guide you and speak up for you. I remember that as a young lawyer, my very first year out of law school, I had this wonderful boss, I would say, just that I don't want to say something different, who would just criticize and criticize and criticize. I had no mentor there. So I think this is very important for our young lawyers. We really need people to guide them, push them. And the other point about recruit, retain, and promote is really crucial. Thank you very much for your contribution. Alrighty, so we move on to the next topic. We're just going to, we've been talking more about the legal practice, litigation lawyers have been speaking and all that. But right now we're going to move slightly to the academic lawyers. So the topic for the next discussion is gender equity in academic careers, strengthening the collective power of the Nigerian female lawyer. So to do justice to this topic would be Professor Bangboshe SAN and Professor Omorobe, our lead discussant. And you know why, because they've held important positions at the faculties of law and they are quite experienced internationally. So I'd like to call on Professor Bangboshe SAN to spend the next 5 minutes talking about gender equity in academic careers. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dada. Looking at women in academia, joining academia, it has no quota. So when you are coming there, it depends on when they interview you, there is no discrimination. But when you get there, let us go to when you get there. It is very important that females are determined. The determination is very key. Diligence is very key. Many people have mentioned that as a female, you should not look at, oh, I'm pregnant. Pregnancy is part of your physiology. You will be pregnant. You will get pregnant. So when you were going into it, it's not as if you thought you will not get pregnant if you are married. Or are married. If you are married or you know you are going to get married and you are going into academia, it's something that you should be prepared for. Commitment is another thing. Focus is another thing. Developing yourself is another thing. They've mentioned in this conference that we have to do more than our male colleagues. Yes, it is true. And when you are going into this with all these things, okay, I will get pregnant at a point. If I'm married, I'm going to cook, I'm going to do this or that. It is part of what you should carry along with you. And these are the things that we did when we were young. I joined as an assistant lecturer and I just got married a few months. I was 3 months married into when I joined academia. But I was determined. I was diligent. While others may want to start lectures around 10, I started lectures and up till now, I do lectures at 8 o'clock because I will always drop my children in school and they were in the staff school in the university. So I would just go to the lecture room. It is good to be focused. I know that many of us, when we're developing in academia, you want to give an excuse. Stop giving excuses. Do what you need to do. And one thing that I've realized is the issue of mentorship that has been spoken about so many times. We need to help ourselves. As dean, as HOD, and even as a lecturer, I've had to help female students who were pregnant because I knew that the husband is already at work, doing his work, not thinking about pregnancy or whatever. We had to help such students to make sure that they were comfortable. We had to help a student who gave birth and who had to do exams. We called her, can you do the exam? She said yes. And we decided that we'll carry our baby for her because she said she did not have anybody to carry the baby. So we asked that she should bring a nanny along, and we put her in the faculty lounge until we put the baby and the helper in the faculty lounge. These are things that we need to do. We need to support them. And again, I know that in academia, you may be saying that, as Professor Mokruba said, people will be looking for male professors. It happened to us. But you need to stand your ground. You need to show, we have a slogan in academia, it's publish or perish. So it is not something that they will push you down. Once you don't publish, you will perish. So what you have to do is that you have to publish. And you know that it takes more time. Okay, I'm going to cook. You know that you are going to cook, so you can't remove it out of it. So what you will do is to put extra time after you've cooked, after everybody has gone to bed. Then that is when you will do your research. There was a time I went to Senegal. They were supposed to meet me at the gate. And one of the things that happened was that I was looking for the person to meet me. But I saw this man going round and round and round. And what happened? Eventually, I approached him. And he said, are you Professor Bangoshe? I said, yes, the Dean of Law, University of Ibadan. He said, oh, I was looking for a man. And I was the last person there at the airport trying to wait. He was looking for a man. Now, we have to break the glass ceilings. Yes, we have to do it. We have to invest in yourself. Please, ladies, invest in yourself. Develop yourself. We are saying that we choose to challenge. Choose to challenge against fear. Against, oh, I cannot do it. I don't want people to tell me that I cannot do it. I tell the ladies around me, and when Professor Morobetu was dean, we tell the ladies around us, you can do it. You can do it. Put more into this. I'm sure that I will have the opportunity to talk more about this. I know that my time is up. We help ourselves. We mentor, we do what we're supposed to do, we do extra, and we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my Prof. You're such an inspiration. And I remember very well when I joined the academia, I had my little girl, and I was carrying her around, and they told me, you better publish or perish. So you just reminded me of that today. But the important message today for me will be that we, as women, should choose to challenge against fear. Many of us really go around with that fear of the unknown, fear of the known. So, you young lawyers out there, I hope you're listening. Choose to challenge against fear. Thank you very much. So, I'm going to move to our lead discussant, Professor Morogbe, to share with us from our wealth of experience. You're welcome, Prof. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Really, I think Professor Bangoshe has said it. I just really want to emphasize that for women, it's important to accept one very simple fact of life, and that is that you're going to work a lot harder. Work a lot harder. We still have a lot of cultural norms to contend with, and we want to be in the workspace. So I think we need to accept that, number one. Number two, as has been repeated so many, we need to ensure. There's static, I don't know if it's from you. Okay, anyway. The second thing that we need to understand is that we must never ever give in to using femininity or the fact of being a woman to get out of jobs. So like Professor Bangoshe has said as well, having a blessing, turn it into a blessing, but don't use these things as excuses not to work. And then I would say that the third thing, whether it's related to fear, I don't know what it is, but very often there is a pushback over and above what would be done with men that women encounter. And it's tied to gender stereotypes. So very often you have to be very, very strong. It's not a political space. So we need to understand. So really, I think I will reinforce what she's saying, because possibly it's fair. It's being strong. It's knowing that you can do it and nobody can push you out. You belong there. You have a right to be there and nobody can say that you don't. I think that is what is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. That was really, really precise. And I think what I say to people is that you don't fight for positions because you're a woman. You fight for the positions because you know you're well qualified and able to perform the tasks attached. And when we're there, of course, we have to go far and beyond what our other peers would do. So I'm really, really quite happy to hear that being reinforced today. Thank you so much. So we've been talking about gender development, about gender equity, but I think right now we're moving to sexual harassment in the legal profession. This is a topic that most people would not like to talk about. There's a lot of secrecy about this, and right now we're going to listen to two of our discussants who will talk about sexual harassment in the legal profession, gender identity, coaching, and sexual orientation for young female lawyers. This is really crucial because our young lawyers really would need help in this regard. So I would like to call upon Umahani. Am I saying your name right? If I'm not, please correct me because I'm still going to say it again. Umahani,
yes,
you have the floor, please.
It's Umahani.
Umahani, thank you. 5 minutes, please. Umahani.
It's not common, very old-fashioned, so it's all right.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. This topic, sexual harassment, I am been severally sexually harassed as a young lawyer in the office and all that. First of all, my background is I'm Shua Arab from Maiduguri. And where I come from, you're not even supposed to go to school as a woman. So I have passed through that barrier. I always tell people, if I can be a lawyer, then everybody else can be a lawyer. It was tough proving myself as a lawyer. It was tough showing that as a woman, I can be able to be a lawyer. And I have gone through that a lot. And I feel that everyone, this is very sensitive for young lawyers. And I feel that you need to come up and show that you have the ability to be able to do your work, to be able to show people that you are capable. You know, you should try to develop yourself, because as a woman, I know that I need to work harder. I need to invest more in myself. I need to do a lot of work to be able to prove to people that, yes, I can do the work. And so many times it has happened that I will and on about this, but within this short time, I like to say that people have given me briefs before, not because they feel I was capable coming from where I'm coming from, but because they wanted to say, okay, let's help this girl. She's disturbing us too much. Let's just help her. And then they start to give me. But now I can confidently say that for the past 12 years, I've been running a law firm that people see as I can give capacity, not because I'm a woman, but because I am able to, not because they're helping me, but because I'm able to do their work. So as a woman, you need to also go out of your way to prove that you can do the work, because we are at a disadvantage, especially if you're from the north and coming from where I'm coming from. My mother is not literate, so she still found it quite interesting that I decided to go and become a lawyer. And whenever she sees me in my wig and gown, then she's usually very shocked, let me put it that way. And so when you come, I've had a judge ask me in court, where are you from? And I said, I'm in Maiduguri, from Maiduguri, and he asked, what are you doing in my courtroom? And I said, I beg your pardon. He said, and he said, oh, I'm sorry. And he said, I'm sorry. And eventually he said to me, because I have never seen people. Can you hear me?
Can we please mute the microphones, please, so we don't have the interference? Thank you. Please go on, please. Go on, please.
So he had asked, oh, okay, so what are you doing in my courtroom? I beg your pardon. He said, oh, I'm sorry. And then he came up to say, oh, people from your place hardly go to school. So I've had that, and I've had older lawyers think that you are not able to do this work because you are a woman. They would rather give a man to do the work. So for me, I'd say that as a woman lawyer, you have to really go out of your way to work harder to be able to come to that stand. And then for sexual orientation, I'd like to say that accept you're a woman. There's nothing you or anyone can do about it. Accept your potentials as a woman. Accept what you can do as a woman. I have been able to tell the people in my law firm that think and improvise like a woman, because a woman will go to work, she will look after the kids, look after the husband, do everything and still come back and do her work. So I always tell them improvise like a woman. And when we say women can do things better, no, women have always been known to do things better. So see your potentials as a young lawyer and try to put it to anyone that cares to listen that you can do the work, and just because you're a woman, you have every right to be doing exactly what everyone is, and probably even better, because your mental capacity, I feel, is a lot better so many times when it comes to being a lawyer.
Thank you very much. That was really, really great. I know there's nothing better than experience, and you've been through it, and coming from your part of the world, from the northern part of Nigeria where these things happen. I am so proud of you personally, and I want to wish you the very best, and I hope that you also can inspire other young girls. I hope you can inspire other young girls to do more from your end. Thank you very much. So, the last speaker, Mrs. Inime Aguma, the Honorable Commissioner from Rivers State, is unable to attend, like I said earlier, but she has an audio recording of our contribution.
In the legal profession, gender identity coaching and sexual.
Okay, we're listening now. Thank you. You can play it right now. Go ahead, ma'am.
Orientation for young female lawyers. I'll go on to start with defining sexual harassment, gender identity coaching, and sexual orientation. The UN Committee on CEDAW defines sexual harassment to include such unwelcome, sexually determined behavior as physical contact and advances, sexual colored remarks, showing pornography, and sexual demands, whether by words or actions. It further states that such action is discriminatory, especially when the woman has reasonable grounds to believe that her objection would disadvantage her in connection with her employment, including recruitment or promotion, or when it creates a hostile working environment. Gender identity coaching is defined by the World Health Organization as a person's deeply felt internal and individual experience of gender, which may or may not correspond to the person's physiology or designated sex at birth. Sexual orientation is the emotional, romantic, or sexual attraction that a person feels towards another person. Having read out all the definitions, I'll go on to state facts and figures on sexual harassment in the legal practitioner's workplace. Indeed, there is sexual harassment in our workplace. The IBA conducted a survey some years ago and revealed that 1 in 3 females experience sexual harassment. I mean, this was done in other countries. And then in a research conducted by a Nigerian, Adetutu Aino Pelemo, on sexual harassment in the workplace, particularly the legal sector, the research found that 68% of the female lawyers who participated in the study have experienced sexual harassment. Now, this is a background for us to really accept that there is indeed sexual harassment in the workplace and in legal practice. The law in Nigeria, to a large extent, is particularly silent on sexual harassment in the workplace. The Criminal Code and Penal Code speak on some forms of harassment, such as rape, attempted rape, indecent assault, compelling action by intimidation, whilst the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act 2015 addresses other forms of sexual harassment, such as indecent exposure. The rules of professional conduct for legal practitioners is silent on sexual harassment. At best, Rule 26 states that lawyers shall treat one another with respect, fairness, consideration, and dignity. There is no specific specific provision defining and dealing with sexual harassment in the workplace. What can the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum do to address this issue? 1, I think we should encourage female lawyers to speak up on sexual harassment. And in encouraging female lawyers to speak up, it is important to recognize and collectively address the fears that would discourage them from speaking up. These fears include fear of losing their jobs, fear of defamation of character by the perpetrator, who is oftentimes a senior male colleague with a wider network, fear of unemployability in future by reason of her speaking up, fear of victim blaming, fear of being labeled a victim and stigmatization, fear of financial constraints due to loss of source of livelihood. 2, the creation of community structures to provide support, rehabilitation, and protection. As expressed, female lawyers have certain fears with regards to speaking up against sexual harassment they face by a senior male colleague, oftentimes their principal or head of chambers. The main reason why a lot of the female lawyers embrace silence is the absence of support. And we need to put an institution, we need to do something to give these victims support. 3, intensified advocacy for specific legal provisions on sexual harassment in the workplace. We have to push for the laws to be changed to include sexual harassment as an offense, and also to include it in our rules of professional conduct. 4, increased advocacy for the adoption of the Violence Against Prohibition Act in all states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That would give us a lot of help and will also, enable states where the law has not been adopted to rely on the VAP Act. 5, use of international legal instruments like CEDAW, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and International Labour Organization Discrimination Employment Convention to pursue legal redress in our courts. In the case of Aero Contractors Company of Nigeria Limited and National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, the National Industrial Court endorsed the use of labor-related international conventions, which have been duly domesticated and ratified by Nigeria, pursuant to Section 12 of the Constitution. This reliance on international convention was also evident in the case of AGK, Maduka, and Microsoft Limited, a case which laid the foundation that in certain circumstances, employers may be held vicariously liable for workplace sexual harassment. On the issue of gender identity coaching and sexual orientation, there are no statistics on discrimination in these areas. My candid opinion is that these expressions are new to our lexicon and are still being appreciated. However, your gender identity and sexual orientation should not affect your professionalism. I would like to thank the NBAWF for giving me the opportunity to speak at this event. I hope we'll have a successful deliberations. I would want for the moderator to take questions down and I would respond once I'm out of work. Even if it's by email or WhatsApp, I'll be willing to respond. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. That was really wonderful. At first, we thought we were not going to have anything from Mrs. Aguma, but it was such a good contribution that I am so happy we did not miss. I'm so thrilled about all the things she talked about. And for me, it brings up the issue of training and retraining our lawyers, especially in the area of sexual harassment, encouraging our young ones even to be able to stand up and so that we can recognize that these things really exist. So also she's talked about intensifying advocacy on sexual harassment at the workplace. That advocacy is an area that I know that the Women Forum can really latch on. We really need to do it, because I remember the last time we had a problem with one of our young lawyers who had a case of sexual harassment at work, and with all the pressure she had to drop out, particularly because at first she didn't even know where to go, who to call, and how to handle the situation. So I want to appreciate Mrs. Inime Agume for all she has done, and also appreciate everyone on this panel for your wonderful contributions. At this time, we'd like to go into the Q&A session. That's going to be for like 15 minutes.
Chair of session.
Where is that coming from? Okay, so we like to go into the Q&A session, which will last for about 10-15 minutes. So I'd like to invite Ms. Ugochi at this point to read out some of the questions, the pertinent questions in the Q&A section, in the whether in the chat box or Q&A section. Please read it out. We're listening. Ms. Ugochi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good day, everyone.
Okay.
Question number 1 says, what is being done about addressing all lawyers as men, in quotes? I read again. What is being done about addressing all lawyers as men?
Okay, who is that question directed to? Is it directed at our chairperson or someone else?
Okay, it's not directed to any specific person. Not, there's no need.
Will someone like to please take it up?
Person.
I would reckon. Our chairperson. She is the senior advocate. Professor Bambushe saying, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think this is one of the things we inherited. I think this is one of the things we inherited and which we're looking into. Gentlemen in skirts, male at the bar. And while some people are contending and contesting this, we are looking into it. And when Professor Morekwe was in a lead paper, she told us that even some judges and some other people are even resisting, but we're looking into this, and it's something we inherited from our colonial masters, and we're looking into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yes, we will look into it, and I do know
that for us as lawyers, as female lawyers, we've had to deal with that a lot, and high time too that we address that. So,
question number 2 of Ms. Ugochi. Are you there, Ms. Ugochi? Oh, have we lost her? Are you muted?
Okay. Have you found any common barriers, reluctance from institutions in varying terms in agreement for facilities to conform with Sharia law with regards to commercial and banking practice? I read again. Have you found any common barriers or reluctance from institutions in varying terms in agreement for facilities to conform with Sharia law with regards to commercial and banking practice?
Okay, I guess that is addressed to Omahani.
Yes. Yes. Please, can you come again with the question? I'm not sure it's part of the session, but just go on. Please, can you do that again?
Have you found any common barriers or reluctance from institutions in varying terms in agreement for facilities to conform with Sharia law with regards to commercial and banking practice?
Is it saying that whether there are barriers for women?
Yeah, I think it should be. I think did not include that, but I think yes.
Yes. So for women, there's no barrier really in Islamic finance, because for me, I have been doing Islamic finance for the past decade, since 2009, and I have now been associated with Islamic finance from all over the world. I've been able to, even though it's looked at as a male-dominated space. So for you to come in as a woman, and then again, I'm a northerner, coming in, I've had people come up to me to say, "Oh, Mahani, you're doing great, but you have to cover yourself and wear the hijab because you're doing Islamic finance." And I keep on trying to explain to people that this is very personal to me. Islamic finance is not Islam. It's just a mode of transaction. And because you're a woman, people feel that, okay, why would you be in that space? But unfortunately for the male-dominated space, women are becoming more profound, more known in Islamic finance than any other person. And I'm happy to say that today most of the women that are breaking the ceiling in Islamic finance, especially in Nigeria, Hajara Adiola is one of them. She's a woman. She's done Lotus Capital, the first ever woman to have anything in finance in Nigeria, and now it's about. So we're making. I don't think the barriers are so huge. We will overcome them if there are any. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That sounds promising, and this is why I really would love to see you in our mentorship committee, mentoring all these young female lawyers. We'll really be getting back to you sooner than you would think. Thank you so much. The next question, Ms. Ugochi, please.
Thank you.
Number 3, do you benefit from, if Goodwill is compulsory, from gender bias training? You feel judges will benefit from gender bias training?
I can answer that. That's a simple yes.
Okay. Prof is taking it. Okay.
Everybody would benefit from gender training generally, because we really don't know much about it in Nigeria. But yes, the judges would definitely benefit. I think it's a simple answer.
Okay, now.
Prof, if I may just ask, sorry, Ms. Ugochi, before you go on. Judges are only seen, they're never heard except when in court. They can't complain, we have to speak for them and all of that. Do you think, because I know generally there's this little issue between practicing lawyers and judges, do you think that there's a way we can bring them into the discussion at a level, maybe the bar and bench forum or something like that, so we could get more of our judges participating and actually telling us what their problems are, because they can't come out and complain? Prof, please. Professor Morogbe. Oh, I think we lost Prof. Prof, are you muted?
Which Prof?
Professor Morogbe.
Oh, if I'm the one talking, I was Attorney General, and so we talked a lot with the judges, and they spoke. In their own fora, they speak. If you want to have training with judges, they will talk. They don't go to the newspapers, but they are very, very outspoken. They're very, very outspoken people, so I don't think there's an issue now. And I'm very, very sure that they will talk to the Women's Forum, definitely. And they, so I can't see any reason for them not to engage.
Okay, that's very wonderful. I think it's something the Women Forum may want to look into, but that's definitely an issue right there. Thank you. Ms. Ugochi, please go on, because we're really short.
Yes, this one is specifically directed at Professor Morogbe, and it says, how can we do away with unconscious bias held by women against other women?
as these are very good, where people come and encourage women to open
up and recognize unconscious bias. I would say that it's sometimes difficult when you are the same thing as that which you are biased against. When you are not, one of the best ways to counter it is to tell you to meet such people and mix with them. And mixing normally takes away the bias. But when it's women, it's conditioning and coming to see that whatever is in your conditioning or background to make you think women are bad or cannot do or competing, for example, or women, and be careful of. There are lots of we need to address, but
we really can't hear Prof right now.
Ogochi,
can you hear me, Ogochi?
It is also in your power, whether you're rich, you're poor, you're educated or not, you have everything is in your hands as a woman. I feel as a woman, I have a lot of capabilities, and it's for us, most of us do not understand that you can say no and refuse to be harassed. So all we need to do is at least this advocacy, try to teach the young lawyers coming up that what you have is a law degree, and what you have is very powerful, and that you can be able to say no to anybody. You can be a lawyer. I had a teacher tell me that you can put your certificate in your suitcase and shut the door if you're a lawyer.
Hello, can you hear us from the control room?
And say, I need a
hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear us from the control room?
You can be able to do everything that the male people think they can do. Then you are good to go, honestly. So it's up to you to say, no, I refuse to be sexually harassed. But of course, for young lawyers, we need to really tell them that, yes, it's in your hands. We need to coach them and tell them you have the power to say no, and you have the power to be able to do everything you want to do, just like any other person. In that
Can you hear us from the control room, please?
If I may just add, since I'm the he, she in the room, from the male perspective, I hear what you're saying, Umahani, but, I think Professor Morigbe, has it in the sense that, it's hard enough to trying to be the best you can be a lawyer. It's hard enough. You have the right to come to an environment where you can focus on your work, where you can thrive. If you now have to start worrying about being sexually harassed, people have different personalities, and tolerance levels. It's very, very unfair to have to contend with that. We don't want to send the wrong message. People who are listening.
Hello, can you hear us from the control room, please? Shani Adioye saying?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, we lost you for a couple of minutes. We lost you for a couple of minutes, but I'd just like you to round up just in 30 seconds if possible. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I was just trying to say that, women have a right to have a safe environment. There's enough, work that needs to be done to try and succeed, and don't need the trauma of having to worry about being sexually harassed. That ought to be the message, that if you do that and you're found wanting, then there should be fair consequences for doing that. There should be no place for sexual harassment whatsoever.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate you. I was just going to ask Terry to, say something about what the situation is in the U.S. so we can share some of our experiences over there.
Sure, thank you. On the sexual harassment point, I understand what Umahani is saying about being able to stand up for yourself. However, as a young female lawyer in the work environment, often while you can stand up, there can be retaliation. One of the things that has happened in the U.S., obviously, and worldwide, is the hashtag #MeToo movement has changed a lot and made it a lot easier for women to speak out without retaliation. And however, even they have faced it. Part of what we've done, and not just for law firms, but the sexual harassment laws have made a big difference with this. You know, that law firms and all businesses are required to provide training against sexual harassment. And there has to be a structure in place where people can go who are being harassed and safely say, this has happened to me. And often they'll appoint not one but two people, just in case, sadly, that one of the people that you're allowed to go to is in fact the person harassing, or is part of the HR department in the law firm or your business. So we're progressing with structures and laws that help ensure a safe environment, as Shani says. I mean, you need the safe environment. But as Professor Amaraji said, it is the fault of the harassers, not the women associates, not the women partners. And it happens at all levels. It happens, I think, more disproportionately to the young women, which is very shameful and terrible. But it is starting to change. And the more people speak out about it, and the more an organization like your Women's Forum takes a position on this, and you can institute protections, the better it will become.
Thank you so much, Terry. Thank you. But I just have a quick question. Maybe Shani Adio can take this up. Do you think we will benefit? Do you think we will benefit from having like a policy guidelines, or maybe a statement at law offices that speak to sexual harassment at the workplace? Or do you have a better idea as to how we can go about ensuring that there are possibly no cases of sexual harassment at work?
Yes, indeed. I think, yes, it would be helpful to have some kind of policy statement adopted by the NBA that can then cascade down to the sections and fora. As a matter of fact, I think in my first year as chairman of the section of business law, we had a session that was perhaps the most well-attended session on sexual harassment, and we came up with a resolution. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get to getting up, the firms to adopt it. There was no sort of negative response to it. It was just that we didn't close that loop. But it's something that's in the consciousness of lawyers and law firms. So there are documents, I'm sure, around that just need to be looked at, polished, and maybe even from this seminar, maybe a proposal can be made to the National Executive Committee of the NPA to look at it and then come up with a document that can be adopted by the Bar Association, and then have all the section and fora adopt it, and invariably the firms too would follow suit. But I think that would be quite helpful, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful session. We really appreciate your time. We appreciate your contributions. They are so great that for today, we would say we have achieved a lot. Thank you, Terry Mazur. Hello, and thank you to everyone at New York State Bar Association.
Look forward to more collaborations with you. Miss Uma Hani, thank you. Shani Adio saying thank you. Professor Omorogbe, thank you. Professor Bamboshe saying thank you. We're proud of you all. Ms. Ugochi, thank you for the wonderful work. And thank you to everyone at the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum. We look forward to tomorrow. It's another day of training. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we'd like to take the photo again as our custom, the Choose to Challenge photo. So please just raise your hand, look into your camera, put on your camera as we take the picture.
Where is the camera, please? They are not there. They are not there in photo.
Thank you very much.
Alright, so once again, I'd like to remind you that the NBAWF is open to every female Nigerian lawyer, and the link to join is in the chat. So please do well to click on the link to join the NBAWF forum. Now I think to myself, if a few hours of conversation has been this fruitful, how much more deliberate and consistent conversations by the NBAWF? You don't want to miss out on such. So please do well to click on the link to join the NBAW Forum, NBA Women's Forum. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we're preparing to get into the last panel discussion, I'd like to tell you a secret. Now, the moderator should not know this and she shouldn't hear this, but I hear that this panel discussion is one that may be the most relevant for young lawyers. And why do I say this? Because discussions such as the path to partnership,
Mentorship, coaching will be brought up, and this is something that every young lawyer who wants to, scale up the career and do well, every young female lawyer who wants to break those glass ceilings would like to be a part of. So I enjoin you to stay tuned. This is the final, last but definitely not the least panel discussion, and you don't want to miss out on it. Before we move on into this panel and have a full dive in, it will be important to note that we have a goodwill message from Her Excellency, the First Lady of Taraba State, Mrs. Anna Ishaku. So she's here. She has a goodwill message for us. She has sent her goodwill message, and we would just like to take it before we move into the session. Stay with us.
Good morning, great women of Nigeria. It is my honor and privilege to be a part of this gathering of great minds at this very important occasion pathways to diversity, challenging blind spots and powering up for inclusion, aimed at creating awareness for the overall well-being of Nigerian women. This conference will serve as a facilitating factor in acknowledging the unique role women play in global development, thus challenging the status quo and promoting positive change. This event will also bring to fore the fundamental nature and the potential of the Nigerian woman as a key resource for development and nation building. I wish to appreciate the efforts of the organizers of this conference, the development partners and other stakeholders for addressing and breaking the long silence of issues Nigerian female lawyers encounter and helping them young girls to ignite a fire for change within them, challenge their limitations and reinforce need for diversity and inclusion. It is also hoped that this conference will promote cooperation among female legal professionals of Nigeria and the world at large, thereby creating a solidarity network that can be relied upon by those in need of it. My office is involved in the cause of providing an enabling environment that can give women a voice in the society. And I assure you that my office will always identify with such laudable projects like this to uplift the status of women, and also especially the Nigerian women lawyers. As we celebrate this International Women's Day, please note that the campaign for women's empowerment does not end today. We must all endeavor to join hands together, stronger than before, in giving voice to voiceless women. Women hold the key and
Thank you very much, Her Excellency, the First Lady of Taraba State, Mrs. Anna Ishaku. And on that note, I welcome the Vice Chair at the NBAWF and a partner at Jackson Etsy and Edu, Mrs. Chinyere Okorocha, to moderate the next panel.
Hello?
Okay, now I can hear myself. I can see that I'm on. Okay, yes. So thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. And again, I'm delighted to be moderating this session, which is one that is very, very dear to my heart. And one which I think we're going to have a really good kick at. It's titled Leading the Charge for Gender Development, the Role of the Nigerian Female Lawyer. And the truth is that we have covered extensively the issue of pathways to diversity and challenging the blind spots and getting ourselves ready for inclusion. We've identified so many of the issues, but the conversation will not be complete if we don't delve into what role we now have to play. How do we take the conversations forward? And it was discussed a little bit by the last panel, but we're going to delve down deeper into these issues. So I'd like to welcome my distinguished panelists at this time. First and foremost, and in no particular order, I would like to call, just give me a minute, or to welcome, should I say. Just a minute. Okay, I apologize for the break in transmission. So, Mrs. Yejide Oshukoye is a distinguished member of our legal profession, and she's the principal partner of YBO Legal, obviously a legal practitioner and an accredited mediator of over 20 years experience. She's a member of the ICC International Court of Arbitration and an honorable breach secretary at the CIA arbitration for the past 4 years. She's on the panel of neutrals of the Lagos Multi-Door Courthouse. And Yejide, you are very welcome today. I'd also like to welcome Mrs. Stella Duru, who is a partner at the distinguished law firm of Banwo and Igudalo, and she is in the energy and natural resources practice. Of course, a consummate professional with excellent mastery of the entire value chain of energy products, and for almost 20 years, she has harnessed her skills in that regard. She was recently recognized in the Business Day legal publication as one of the 20 outstanding women in the business law profession in Nigeria. She's a non-executive director of Z-Crest Capital Group, which is a capital management firm, and she's also a non-executive director on the boards of Zimvest Limited and Rexapay, both subsidiaries of Z-Crest Capital. She was also recently appointed as a member of the Council of the Section on Business Law of the Nigerian Bar Association, and is also the vice chairman of the Conference Planning Committee of the 15th Annual International Business Law Conference, also of the Section on Business Law. Welcome, Stella. We're very happy to have you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
Wonderful. I'd like to also welcome Ozofu Ogomedia, who is a partner at the distinguished law firm of Udo Udoma and Bello Osage, and her main area is corporate advisory, private equity, and mergers and acquisitions. She's extremely recognized as being a very resourceful and versatile advisor, and has advised in various areas of the law, including private equity, like I've mentioned, M&A, labor and employment, company secretarial type practice. She has been recognized in the 2018 and 2020 International Financial Law Review as one of the IFLR 1000 women leaders. She's rated as a highly regarded lawyer for her M&A experience, private equity, and Ozofia is also the secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law, and a thematic lead of the National Assembly's Business Environment Roundtable. Ozofo, we're very welcome. I'm delighted to have you here today.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Okay. I also have with us today Dolapo Kukoyi, who is a partner in the distinguished law firm of Detail Solicitors, and her main practice area is energy, infrastructure, and power. And she has over 15 years experience. She's a board member or a member of the board of trustees of the African Women in Energy Development Network. And she's recognized as a leading corporate lawyer in M&A and project finance by IFLR. She was awarded the under 40 leading lawyers in the Esquire Nigerian Legal Awards in 2016, and also awarded one of the 50 most impactful social innovators global leading in the World CSR Awards in 2018. Dolapo, welcome, and thank you for being here. And obviously, last but not the least, is Simi Oyelude. Simi, let me just get your profile out. I do apologize, but I must read. Okay. So Simi is a senior associate in the new economy, technology, and media and entertainment practices of the law firm of G. Elias and Co. Simi's practice covers managing clients, intellectual property portfolios, advisory work on unfair competition practices, and advising clients on IP rights protection and commercialization. Thank you, and I'm so happy the distinguished law firm of G. Elias and Co. Allowed you to be here today, and you accepted our invitation. So that's it for our panel today. Thank you, ladies, for being here. We'll be tackling leading the charge for gender development. And my opening comments would really be some of the things that have been mentioned here today. The fact that an equal number of male and female lawyers graduate from the law school every year. Equal. you know, in the law school, and I dare say the ladies actually do quite well during the bar examinations. And oftentimes you see when the prizes are won, the female, you know, baby lawyers don't do badly at all. But something happens between the time when they leave the law school and when they go into active legal practice or go in-house, venture into academia, or even public service or the bench. Something happens because suddenly the statistic changes. There's some sort of shift that happens that ultimately results in the men being elevated faster or getting more recognition than their female counterparts. And this has always been a concern to me. A lot of the issues have been discussed today around why this is so. And I'm saying that perhaps there needs to be some form of a paradigm shift in the minds of us all, both male and female, a paradigm shift in the cultural stereotypes that have been developed over time. And indeed, not only in Africa or in Nigeria, but the world over. And so the dynamics of equal opportunities for the male and female lawyers is something that I would like Simi to take on this afternoon. Tell us a little bit about what you think the problem is and what you think the challenges can be. Over to you, Simi.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to the NBA Women Forum for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And also, good afternoon to my fellow panelists, Mr. Aduru, Mrs. Yejide Osukeye, Mrs. Uzofu, and Dolapo Kokoi. So quickly, I would go into the topic for today, and basically just lay a foundation for my seniors. I'm sure they will do proper justice to the topics we have today. So if we look at time past, we had situations or in the way back when women were proxies, when women couldn't actually read law, or situations where they could not speak at the Supreme Court. Okay, things have changed. The climate has changed. You have so many female between what we have today, the male, like a male denominated leadership section, different from the female. So, for example, we have several reports that different universities have brought out there, and they asked questions from law students when they actually left the law school up to partners, asking them what are these situations, what are the problems, what problems do you actually have, where in a situation where we have more male lawyers at positions of leadership, different from we have so many lawyers at law school. And at the commemoration of the Australian Women Forum, Justice Mary asked the question. She said, this is where we are 100 years ago. We are here now. What is the way forward for lawyers, for female lawyers? We've done so much, but what is the way forward? So we had several discussions. They had several discussions around issues around what you call the maternal wall. For example, women be penalized for getting married, for having children. You also have situations where they asked male associates why you have a big brief and you are asked to pick like people to work with, and some answered, or they would rather go with maybe 2 male associates and 1 female associate, because, for example, if you have a brief that will go on for 4 or 5 years, they feel the female, they are not stable. They would rather get married and give birth and leave the firm. So this situation would actually cause these female lawyers growing up within the ladder, within the firm. So when they have to defend maybe positions of getting into partnership, how many clientele do you have? How many big cases have you handled? They discover they've actually done like little or no work compared to their male counterpart. And you have issues around stereotyping where you have to prove yourself way more than the male because you feel, oh, you're a female, you actually cannot do this. So these are actually issues that female lawyers brought out there, saying these are the issues we have. We are being stereotyped. We're actually not being given the big cases. There's actually no flexible working environment for us. Maybe we have to like go to the hospital to take care of our kids. Sometimes our husbands are not actually fine. We can't come in. And sometimes these things are actually counted against the female lawyers. So these were actually some of the things that people brought out, the issues that the female lawyers brought out. And the justice was actually asking, so what is the way forward? What is the way forward for women? Even after 100 years, this is where we are. What can we do to actually make women move forward? Another issue that was raised is lack of promotion. They actually don't have like so many lawyers in leadership positions. So maybe, for example, they have things that are affecting the female lawyers. They actually don't have someone to actually say, oh, this is what the problem is from the grassroots. So advancement, promotion, marital walls, blinds, and several issues were actually raised by female lawyers. So as principal partners, general counsels, these are things we actually have to look out for the young ones just coming in. We actually have to look at best practices, the things that we know we can do to help them out. Like Leonard Six said, Seni Adio, he said we have to promote, we have to engage them, we have to promote them, we have to engage them to know the issues they are facing. We have to mentor them, mentorship and development skills. So even for lawyers, female lawyers who have done so well, we have to be able to talk to the younger ones to say, oh, you can actually break the barrier, you can do so much more than I have done. I would always hold your hands and be there for you. So those are actually the issues around the dynamics of moving up in the legal profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Simi. What you have done for us is to kind of lay the foundation of some of the other things we will try to expatiate upon today in terms of the equality opportunities, dynamics of equal opportunities for both the male and the female lawyer. And you've highlighted for us a couple of places where you think the inequalities lie. The fact that the female lawyer doesn't get those choice briefs or choice clients to work on, and this will ultimately affect their ability to be promoted or ability to actually go up the partnership track. Work-life balance issues, also the woman is the one that has to deal with the kids more often than not, although I do know a couple of men who play that role very well, and this can also prejudice the ability to rise up the ladder. And also the place for mentorship of the young female lawyer are just a few of the issues. And so I'd like to turn to Yejide. And Yejide, obviously the Industrial Revolution is now at hand. We all know that there's been a transition from the old method of manufacturing and processing in terms of agriculture and handicrafts to the large-scale industrialized, mechanized business environment. And I dare say even now, if you talk more about technology, you wouldn't go wrong. Things have changed. So to what extent can this even help the female lawyer access, give her better access to maybe going up the ladder, maybe getting better jobs? To what extent can this help accelerate the process of equality? The floor is yours, Yejide.
Thank you very much, Mr. Korocha, and welcome to everyone.
You've touched on some really interesting points. There's something I always say. It's when I am mentoring younger lawyers, and I say, do your job so well that they don't know whether you're a man or a woman. Just do your job. Sometimes we just like to play the gender card. The key things that I'm taking away from what you've said today is that you have to become competent. You need to train. And just to take the conversation a bit further, don't wait for your law firm to train you. Train yourself. Do you understand? Train yourself. Save up money rather than buy that bag or shoe or whatever it is. Train yourself. Improve your skill set, both personal development and professional development. She read out that she mentioned a couple of ladies who are making great strides. Kamala Harris, of course, comes to everybody's mind, and our very own Okonjo Iweala. So if you read their CVs, you will be impressed. It doesn't just fall on your lap. There has to be on this very, very pressing issue. And I'm sure all the young lawyers are listening to hear what we're going to say here. Dolapo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okorocha. I hope everyone can hear me. So, path to partnership, death or gold. I think my initial answer would be, it could be both, depending on how you look at it. It could be both. But one thing I'd like to say is that there is gold there. And what I mean by there is gold there is that there is a lot of potential for a lot more women to be in partnership. And this, I'm not coming from the perspective of the fact that it's what we deserve from a gender diversity perspective, even though that is true. But the fact that having more women in partnership leadership levels is actually good for every organization. And it's been proven. The statistics actually say that there's a strong correlation between promoting women to executive seats and 18 to 19% increase in profitability. So I'm coming from the part where I'm selling this to the young people and also to us as older lawyers and law firms, that it's not about just fulfilling the gender diversity card. It is something that we need. We have too many highly trained, in my experience, have trained many great women who have either opted to go and do business, they've opted to do something that is considered easier for them, or they decided to go in-house because they couldn't for one reason or the other. I'll talk about some of the causes, stay through to get to partnership. And what are some of the causes? Job fatigue. There's a lot of, and I won't go into that detail, but there's a lot of data that talks about the fact that, as Mr. Korcha said in the beginning, we all start from law school. We are almost as many as the guys are. In fact, we are more. We are more brilliant. It's very clear. We win the prizes. Then we start. And then you find that by the time we're getting to senior associate level, numbers start to drop. The men become more than the women. There are reasons why. There's job fatigue. We have a bit of a double whammy in these times that we live in. It's hard enough to be able to grow to partner. Then we have millennials and Generation Z who are wired not to stay with a job for a long time. So I say it's a double whammy because I've come to reality that it is not any fault of theirs. They are peculiarly wired. They want to have full lives. They want to do different things. So we need to attract these same people into leadership, not because we want to fill the diversity card, but because we actually want them, in leadership in our law firms because they can add to profitability. So it's a lot about how can we attract these young ladies, women, to stay through the course or to want to aspire to be partners in law firms. And I'll talk about a few things. We've talked a lot about mentoring. We've heard a lot about mentoring. One of the things I'd like for us to ask ourselves, and while I was preparing for this, I asked myself, how many young people want to be me? How many young people see where I am and aspire to it because it meets all their expectations? One, you're a great lawyer, you do great stuff, they see you as brilliant and stuff, but they also think that you have a full life. How many people want to aspire to be you? That's one thing, and I think that one of the panelists talked about, us modeling the way. We have to be able to show that this is a life that they can aspire to live. Sometimes for us women, and it's no fault of us, we've gone through our experiences, and sometimes we don't portray the beauty of being of who a woman is. I started to learn that there's something unique about me as a woman, and there's a value that I bring to my organization, any organization that I'm in. And I want young lawyers to see that. I want them to aspire to that. So that's one. The other thing is the support that they need. It's been said through this conference that women have to work twice as hard. It's not the bias is one thing. The other is our makeup. This is our life. So you either have children you're taking care of, or you have family. In fact, for those that don't even have children that they're taking care of, women naturally, you'll be taking care of somebody. Either your parents, your brother, you are taking care of someone because that's your nature. But the fact is, and as you've seen from numbers, people who don't have children have more, women who don't have children, from the numbers, appear to have more opportunities than women who have children. But where am I going? What I'm saying is, we have to create support systems that encourage young lawyers so that they can see far down the road that even when I have children, I can still come back, and be in partnership. We have to be able to have transition programs that enable a woman who has gone to have 2-3 children to still come back into work. Flexi working hours, we talk about that a lot, and COVID has really helped us. At least for those who never believed that people could work productively by not being in the office, we've seen it now. It's clear. So have a lot of women benefited from this? Have they been able to manage their families and also manage their work? Yes. And if they're able to do that, should that deny them of the path to partnership? No. So we need to, and a lot has been said about us not being, we women, not being unduly biased. And I took a lot of lessons from that. We have to create that environment where the ladies will see the path. They have to see the path to partner. They have to see that I have a path here. So if it's crashes, having crashes there, giving them that leave that they require and bringing them back in, and them not feeling that they've lost out and will not meet partner. All of those things we have to do. A lot
Thanks,
rides on.
I have a quick follow-on question for you. Do you think the path to partnership is harder for women than it is for men? And
well, yes, naturally, yes, it is. And I didn't want to reel out the statistics, but if you look at the statistics, it is very clear that women. So for every 100 women promoted to partner, 141 women. This is from a study done by McKinsey. 141 men are promoted. By the time women get to
take that again. That out
of every 100 women promoted to partner, every 100 women promoted to partner, 141 men are promoted. So you are looking at 41%. This is just salary partner. The other statistics says that non-equity partners, at non-equity partner positions, you have twice men being promoted to non-equity positions than women. Then for equity partner positions, you have 3 times more men being promoted than women. But you know what the reason is because the men are more hesitant. And this study was based on US firms. So it's not Nigerian firms, although the fact is that our issues are very, very similar. But if in the US, where you have women who have the support that they need and everything, and at least they've moved some miles than we have in many ways, and they still have this issue up as at 2019, which is what this data reads from McKinsey, then it's still not an easy path for the women. But it's not for the fact that, they are, even though they may seem to be looked over in some instances, is that we don't have a pool, an enough pool of women who are aspiring, who want to do it because they can see the path.
I hear you. Thank you so much, Dolapo. Thank you. I think giving us those statistics tied it all together. The fact that, yes, the prejudices do exist, and so, of course, the men get promoted more often than the women, or in higher numbers. However, you're letting us know that we actually do need to create the path or create the environment to make it possible for the women to actually aspire to want to move to partnership. And you talked about the generation Z, or is it generation Y? Those fast-paced youngsters that just want to fly. They try it a little bit, it's not working out, and they move on to something else. Then law firms are increasingly finding it difficult to hire and retain talent, and not just women, but generally. You also spoke about the fact that the COVID-19, if it's one thing it taught us, is the fact that flexi hours is a possibility. And I think a lot of women will benefit from that. So that's one way we can use to still be able to manage the work-life balance issues that women invariably face. And so I'm sure that by the time we come round with our second questions, we're going to tackle some of the things that we think women or female lawyers can actually do in order to overcome these challenges. And so I'm going to turn to Stella. Stella, the issue of sexual harassment in the workplace has been discussed extensively by the last panel. However, it's such an interesting topic, or such a timely topic, and it comes up over and over again. But the perspective I'd like you to take it from is a little bit different. I'd like you to let us know, is there really any legislation that deals with, in our laws really, that actually deals with the issue of sexual harassment, legislatively, and then actually define, because what we found is that actually when people hear the term sexual harassment, they kind of think it's about the act itself. However, I understand there's a whole range of issues surrounding it. If we were to take the definition provided by the law, we'll be surprised at the kind of things that could fall under the heading of sexual harassment. So I would like you to take it from that angle, because I think it's a very, very important topic, and it continues to rear its head, not only in the legal profession, but generally. Stella, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, for this, and I guess just say hello to all my other fellow panelists.
women listening to ourselves. We are going to be, today you are a young lawyer, tomorrow you are going to be an employer of persons. Don't be that person that would lock the door and say this man should, rub your toe just so that because you're the boss. What you don't want to happen to you or to the next person, you should not do it. Again, and I think the former panelists have kind of touched on it, you have to take yourself seriously as a female lawyer. If you already know that you have so many obstacles against you in the path to partnership or in promotion, and you have to work twice as hard, don't even make it easy. If someone wants to even harass you, don't make it easy. Yes, I know a lot of people say, even if I come naked into the office, the person should still be able to have the self-control not to harass me. But I'm saying the way you want to be addressed is the way that you must.
And can never be right. I mean, I'm going to borrow that phrase, so let me give you ample notice. What is wrong is wrong. So when it happens, we must be able to call it out for what it is, and stop shaming the victim. Confidentiality issues are around that, protection of the lady. And then another thing you said was that men are sometimes also sexually harassed by women. And that is actually true, but it's just that the incidence of the act against women, I think, is generally more, or you have more incidences of it being male against female. So the conversation continues. We're looking at what is and what can be. The future of work. And also, if I come to you now, we're going to look at the future of work, maternal health conversations, around the woman, dealing with pregnancy, the fact that, I mean, these are the things that affect us because of our genetic makeup, or the fact that the Lord in his infinite wisdom has put the task of procreation, I wouldn't say squarely on our heads, because we don't get pregnant by ourselves, but at least that 9-month period that you might be out of commission, and then the following 3 or 4 months when the child comes, you're not at your optimal or you're at your best. And so, postpartum, by the time you get back to work, perhaps your male colleagues have gotten that promotion, and you're left behind. So work-life balance issues, we've touched on flexi hours. Perhaps you'll give us another perspective about that, and would love to hear from you, Ozofo.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, and afternoon to my co-panelists and to everyone here. And I appreciate the opportunity to participate on this panel. I think I would like to start with saying that the practice of law is demanding. And I wanted to say that because it will lay the foundation for some of the things I want to highlight about how it then goes on to be challenging for women. But before I start, I listened to the opening remarks by Dr. Ezekwesili, and there were some things she said that really resonated with me, and to me, just showed how much women that are female lawyers need to hold the door open for other women. So she talked about those women that have succeeded in their careers, started practicing law, gone on to be partners, and the fact that it's a privilege. I think that struck me because, and that's why I started by saying the practice of law is demanding. It's because the career is very demanding. I think all of us on this panel can talk for a day about how much we've put into getting to where we are now, and it makes you lose sight of the fact of that element of privilege, that there are women that started the race with you and are no longer in the race. There are women that never got a chance, and there are those coming behind us that have hopes and aspirations but don't know what to expect and whether they'll be able to stick it out and achieve what we've achieved. She also mentioned the imposter syndrome, which I certainly have suffered from, and many women suffer from, where you feel that even though you've achieved a lot, you kind of feel you're not really that qualified. You're not really as good as people might think you are. Maybe you won't be able to speak eloquently. Maybe you won't be able to deliver as expected. So I'll go back to the fact that law is very demanding. It's mentally grueling, and you're required to, in order to deliver at the pace at which we are required to deliver on complex transactions, fast-moving deals, you're required to spend lots of hours every day doing mentally grueling work. And while it's not physical work like labor, on a farm, it is exerting on your body and on your mind and on your psyche. And so amongst the other things that as a woman you need to succeed, you need inner strength and you need physical resilience. And everybody has these two things in different measures. So you may find, and that inner strength is what keeps you going. And Dolapo talked about how, women and the path to partnership and whether they stay, on that path. And I think that inner strength accounts for whether in the course of your journey, because I think every woman gets to the point where she asks herself whether it is worth it and whether she should find something easier to do. So it's that inner strength that I think makes a difference between whether you stay or you decide that, look, this thing is just too difficult. And then also the physical resilience, because sometimes it does begin to take a toll on your body. And with the COVID, it's not just your body, but also your mind. There have been lots of studies on how, over the past year, just the impact on lawyers. I read a report that studied UK and US law firms, and what it demonstrated was that the challenges we face for female and male lawyers, but I don't think the study targeted at women, but it's the results of the study showed an unequal burden on women that was exacerbated by the pandemic. And so women that have been pregnant during this period or working from home with young kids, primary school or younger, have had it particularly challenging. It was already challenging before, trying to balance being a working mom, working this type of job, and trying to demonstrate in the office that you're as competent as your male colleagues. But I think it's become tougher because of the pandemic. There's an increased blur between work and personal time. There's pressure to demonstrate that you're just as productive working from home as you are working from the office. And then there's also pressure when you find that you're working from home, but you're not there for your family in the way you thought you would be. Because I'm sure, certainly before the pandemic, I thought, if I'm able to work from home more, I'll be able to balance things better. I'll take some time, catch up with the kids, then I'll come back to my work. But sometimes you find that it doesn't really work like that. And so women getting frustrated with, the way things have gone. But like I said, the study was based on lawyers in the US and the UK. And what it shows is that these frustrations are not unique to Nigeria or certainly not to women, but women tend to bear the bulk of this. So frustrations with respect to juggling, homeschooling, work demands, and then policies that have been implemented by the firms. But one thing that came out of the study was that law firms tend to have done better than larger corporates. So maybe for the female lawyers working in-house, depending on how large the corporate is and how sensitive, maybe because law firms are smaller, it might have been easier for law firms to implement policies or to see, how their workers are being affected by the pandemic and implement policies that help to support them during this period. But one thing that the report certainly pointed out was that women bear a larger burden, especially during this pandemic. They're primary caregivers at home. There's been some talk today about women not getting the same type of opportunities as men in the office and an equal burden of work. I guess thankfully that has not been my experience. So working in my firm, I get the same opportunities as men do to work on the same type of high profile deals. But what that does is that in addition to working on those type of demanding deals, I also have to deal with the home front as the primary caregiver.
Absolutely.
And so that means if you spend more time in the day attending, you're likely to work late, you sleep less, and then it seems like you're working an endless day. So I'll move on to some things that I think that I've either seen in practice or just from my reflections, I think that law firms and corporates, any organization that employs women can do better. So one is to have policies to engender diversity and to see these, the things
what, Ozofo, I think that perhaps you give us those when you get to your closing comments. Yes, so let's leave it there for now. I mean, you've touched on quite a few very, very key points. I love the fact that you have mentioned that being a lawyer in active legal practice is very demanding. Sometimes we take it for granted that it's just the job. But I think I read somewhere some statistics that show that the legal profession is one of the most stressful, is in the higher echelon of careers that are highly intensive and high stress based. It was a mental health based statistics or research. So it is highly demanding. So it's even more demanding for a woman who, apart from the fact that she is trying to go up that career ladder in her legal profession, be it at the bar or otherwise, and then to have the added responsibilities of the home at the same time. So it does take its toll. Then you talked about an inner strength and a physical resilience that we must adopt if we want to progress. You've also talked about working from home. Yes, it is a good thing. And I was among the people, my kids are relatively older. I was among the people that said, oh, yay, working from home. But it took a while for my family to realize that I was actually working. So even though I was home, I wasn't really home. And oftentimes they would come to interrupt me in this small workspace I had set up for myself, and I just couldn't give them enough time. And so I had to set boundaries. These are my working hours, guys, unless the sky is falling or the house is on fire. Leave me alone to do my work, really. So that was a key point you've underscored. I'd like us to, at this point, because I've been told that our time is practically up, but I'd like us to take a few questions, and whilst we're answering the questions, if there's any points that any of the panelists would like to drill home, I would love you to incorporate that in your answer. We have Rahila, who is the coordinator for this session. And Rahila, do you have some questions for our panelists? I'd like her audio to be enabled so that she can read out, one or two questions. I don't think we can leave here today without taking some of those questions. I know you were supposed to send them directly to me in the chat, but I am not seeing any questions in the chat. So Rahila, if you could just, your audio is on? Are you here?
Yes, my audio is on. Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. So please, and if you want, you can put on your camera, it's up to you. But please read out the questions, some questions for us. We must take a few before we call it a day.
Yes, so I have one question from Larry Olu. And the question goes thus. My question is, what can we say about ladies who completely lost their jobs because of childbearing in marriage and were out of jobs for upward of 9 to 10 years, but after having raised their children decided to come back to workplace? Is that question taken? Hello?
It's a really nice question. So was it directed at any panelist or should I choose?
No.
Okay, so perhaps I love the question. So coming back to the legal, yes, okay, please go ahead. Yejide, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll just like to have a go because I actually have a colleague, a friend of mine, who was actually in that position. And she was out of job for a lot more than 10 years because she had her 5 children in quick succession. And so she couldn't work because she had to look after 5 children. And soon after, the 5 children all left home, went off to school abroad, and she found herself very lonely, and she found herself idle. And she said to herself that she had to do something. And she came to me and I said, she felt she had wasted time. And I said, no, because you wouldn't trade your children for anything. I was lucky because my firm allowed me to bring my children. I would have probably been in her own situation as well. So what she did eventually, which might be of help to a few female lawyers, is that she went back to work, but she specialized in an area of law. Because going back to a law firm to start afresh wasn't in the cards for her because she's now in her late 40s or early 50s, so she felt that was just too difficult. And then she settled in the area of ADR. Now she's an arbitrator and she's a mediator, and that's all in the last 3 years. She's recently become an ADR expert, meaning that she can arbitrate and mediate online, and she's very happy. So it's never too late. You just need to find an area that you are interested in. It might be intellectual property, it might be oil and gas, it might be any area whatsoever that you have an interest in. I mean, each of the panelists specializes in one area or the other. I mean, I practiced law at Chief Williams Chambers for 12 years, and a lot of what I did there, I'm not even doing right now. I'm more into ADR, arbitration, mediation, and all of the kind. So you can specialize. You don't have to see yourself as having wasted time because you've spent time rearing children. Thank you.
I think that answer was really, really spot on. The fact that you can specialize in a particular area and not be under the pressures of starting from scratch after being away for a while. Okay, thank you. Rahila, any other questions?
Yes, ma.
Okay,
we have one from Anonymous, no name. Yes, so her question is, what if you believe you are capable and also deserve the promotion? And even some of your male counterparts believe you deserve the promotion. But your opposition at the board is a female like you who do not want competition. And she made sure that you are not promoted. That is her own question. What can she do with a female who feels you're in a competition with her and doesn't want you to be promoted?
So this is basically women being their own worst enemies. Who wants to take this on quickly? 1 minute.
If I may.
Please do.
I think that as women, we, the way the question is framed, the person is in that sort of difficult position. I think as women, when we begin our career, we should try to be a bit deliberate about a few things. So one is choosing the firm. So there are, when you're applying to firms, try and find out about the firm you're applying to. Try and choose a firm where maybe from peers or friends you have and what you know about them is a merit-based firm. There are several firms that are merit-based, and those are firms where you see that women can go through the ranks, start as associates, go to partner. These women, some of them along the line have children, didn't have to drop out, because the fact that a woman has several children and continues to progress in the firm shows that that firm must have supported her. Because, nobody's really a superwoman. You need support. You need support at home, but you also need some professional support to know that I'm not going to get pregnant and be left behind. Where your male colleagues are even the ones encouraging you, teasing you, supporting you in the office while you're pregnant, covering your work when you're on maternity leave. So I think that in a merit-based firm, and to build a merit-based firm means the partners that started and built up the firm to a certain point laid a foundation of meritocracy. In such a firm, even if there are people that have a personal agenda against your promotion, there should be several voices speaking on your appraisal.
Not just one voice.
Yeah, so it will be more difficult. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but certainly more difficult for one person to obliterate all your good work and qualifications because the person is jealous.
One thing, thank you so much, Ozo, for one, just to add to that, one thing I always talk about is building advocates within your firm. I guess the advocates that will speak for you when you're not in the room. And it doesn't particularly have to be your direct line manager. In fact, it shouldn't be your direct line manager. It should be others in other departments. Make sure you're extending your tentacles within your firm across departments such that you get to be known or your work becomes recognizable firm-wide and not just in the little unit where you work. And that can help you. I'd just like to read out a comment that the Honorable Justice Harriman, who was on one of the earlier panels, has written out. This might be of good information to us all. She says, one of the policies agreed on by the National Association of Women Judges is that the courts provide creche facilities for female lawyers and judicial officers. I think that is very laudable, and that will go a long way in helping female lawyers continue to practice law even when they have young children. So thank you so much for that contribution. All we want to hear now is about implementation. It's one thing for the decision to be taken or for them to agree, but we also would like to know when it will be implemented. Stella, is your hand up?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I actually wanted to touch on the question that Mozofo spoke about, and I was going to go from another angle.
and basically for us to, the theme for this year's IWD is choosing to challenge. So I guess the charge to women will be choose to challenge that stereotype that is a woman that is waiting to drag you down. The truth is, whilst I agree with Zofu that, once you're in a firm or in an office where, the objective criteria for promotions is clear, is based on merit. If you feel that there's a woman that, feels that you're going to threaten her position, open the door and have a conversation with her. The point is, the men that are pushing for the promotion, are they really pushing it because you merited it or because of something else? Why do you think the woman is the one standing in the way of your promotion? So we should choose to challenge such biases that, cripple into, relationships amongst women where everybody thinks the person that is doing you, if you are not pregnant, is your mother-in-law. It's not that you don't know anything about your health as a woman. If you are not being promoted in the office, it's that female boss that is ahead of you. If something happens to you, it has to be a woman. Why? Let's choose to challenge this thoughts and push it.
Thank you so much, Stella. It's not the village people this time, please. Okay, we'll just take one more question and then we'll call it wraps. Rahila, one more question, please.
Yes. Ekilioma is asking that the challenge with some of us lawyers trained in Nigeria, when we get to USA to proceed with our education, is the area of law to choose, because in Nigeria we are trained on general law of common law. How do we narrow it down?
So I didn't get that. I don't know. Did any of the speakers get it? Could you take it again? I didn't quite get the question.
She's asking, okay, how to narrow down her area of practice.
Oh, to create a niche. How to create a niche for herself.
Yes, but in the US now, because in Nigeria she was taught the general area of law.
Okay.
So she wants to create a niche for herself.
Okay, who wants to take that? Who hasn't? Okay, so Dolapo, I come to you. Could you take that?
I'll go with what Osofu had said initially, and it is, you have to go from somewhere to somewhere. So you are going into the US now, or you've been doing general practice all your life, and then you decide that you want to do a niche, and you're not really quite sure what you want to do, So you want to go into an environment that's the mentoring environment. I think what is very essential, sometimes you need for people to see you, you need for people to understand you, you need for people to work with you, to be able to guide you into one. You start to see the things that are your strengths, and somebody is able to tell you, oh, I think this is what you should do. Sometimes you don't even need to go in, sometimes you may not have the opportunity to go into a firm where you have that, but you can have mentors. You can have people, women who you see are specialized in something, and cultivate relationships.
Thank you so much, Dolapo, for that. Thank you so much. That's it for the questions. So I would like us to just give a 1 minute closing, and 1 minute is 1 minute, please. Just 5 more minutes. We'll have 1 minute from each of parting comments from each of our panelists, and then we'll call it a wrap. So Simi, I'll start with you again, please.
Thank you very much once again for having me here. We've heard everything about growing from being an associate, the path to partnership and all. So like I said at my
to your CV every year, so that if there's an available position, whoever is looking at your CV can see that you have developed yourself every single year.
I love that.
This year I have added ODR, all the while through the pandemic. I learned how to hold my meetings, my arbitrations, my mediations online. So while other mediators were sitting at home with nothing to do, I was working. She also said to me, make sure you serve any institution that you find yourself. If there's any position to serve, make sure you serve. Because when they are looking for people to fill positions in those institutions, they're going to look for those that have given something into that institution. And that's how I was able to get on the CIF and the ICC.
Wonderful. Those are words of wisdom that we are all taking to heart, including myself. Thank you so much. Dolapo, closing comments, 1 minute, please.
I think I will also go the mentoring route because it is so important. And for those of us who are in law firms or who run our own law firms, we need to institutionalize mentoring. And mentoring in many ways, mentoring is hard work. If we are really, it's not, the real mentoring is not mentoring from afar, it's hard work. It is actually even coaching the lady to be able to manage. You know how a lot of us have had to have support in some way to create her support system. It is that much. Manage helping a colleague through pregnancy to transition back into work, into having that support system where she can come back into work. It's a lot, and it's a lot that has to be personal. We have to practically lift these women. So there's a part of showing the way where they see us from afar, but there's a part where they have to see that we are vested in their lives. I think that I will stop there.
Thank you so much. Words of wisdom again. These nuggets are so important and so relevant to the times we find ourselves. And last but definitely not the least, Ozofo, your parting words in 1 minute, please.
Stella.
I can see Stella.
Oh my gosh, Stella first. Okay, I haven't gotten to Ozofo. Stella, please. My apologies.
I was wondering if I had become invincible.
Definitely not.
Just building on what the other panelists have spoken about, mentoring is key, but we need to drill down a bit with the much younger lawyers. Don't just take the word mentoring and run with it. Who are you actually shadowing? Because a lot of people see people on Instagram and those are their mentors.
Thank you.
So don't pick the bad habits and say, this is my mentor and this is the person I'm trying to be. And just very quickly, because we hear a lot about women talking about feminism and all that. You need to understand what the original idea behind feminism was. Not everything about a man is bad. There are certain men that will be the sponsors that will speak about you in a room where you're not present. And when you have the opportunity to speak about that other woman in a closed door meeting, you should do that. So look for the right mentors and be sure that you are actually following in the right footsteps. Thank you.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Stella. And Ozofo, 1 minute. Thank you.
Yes, I want to say that we should challenge, as women, we should challenge our organizations to do more than the minimum. So, for instance, maternity leave in Nigeria, minimum of 3 months. But in my firm, I got 6 months fully paid. And it started with one of the women before me asking for 6 months and justifying why 3 months wasn't enough. And she was making a case for herself, but it became the policy. Once you achieve a certain level in the firm, and all my 3 children had 6 months. Just before the pandemic broke, well, we went into lockdown in Nigeria last year, International Women's Day, I was asked what do we think the firm can do better, and I said we need to consider allowing lawyers work from home, maybe once a week, maybe Friday, and the reaction was like, never, God forbid, nobody will work, and then the pandemic hit, and see where we are now. So now that we are discussing reopening, I certainly am going to champion the conversation because we've seen the good and the bad of working at home. But I don't think that having come through the pandemic, we should just run back to 5 days a week. All of
status quo. Yeah.
So as women, let us be vocal about the things we need to help us stay in practice, stay in-house, stay wherever we are, and succeed in our personal life and in our career.
Thank you so much, Ozofo. Thank you. And just like the previous, all the panelists have done, I'm going to close taking the conversation forward from what Ozofo said, which is that we should champion the cause and make it easier for those coming behind us. You know, the fact that we went through a bit of hardship as we tried to climb that career ladder and achieve growth doesn't mean that those behind us have to, you know, go through the same hardship. When we get up that ladder, we shouldn't knock down the ladder. We should reach out and help other women, other female lawyers coming behind us. We should pave the way for them. Make sure those challenges we face, that they don't have to go through it. And I think at the end of the you know, it all, we will get the change that we need or that we desire. I just want to say a huge thank you to all my panelists, and please let's give them a round of applause, a virtual round of applause. Yes. And in the chat box, if you could give them some applause virtually, that would be good too. Thank you so much, all my panelists. I'm so grateful. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the opportunity provided by the Nigerian Bar Association Women's Forum. And at this stage, I'm going to hand over to our amiable MC. Thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You choose to challenge photo.
Oh, choose the challenge photo. Okay.
You. We have a short clip, so before we go further, we'd like to play this short clip. Please stay with us.
Remained poised with a resolve to fulfill its mandate to advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success. The legal profession is increasingly global, and the issues that affect one half of our profession affects us all. As we all witness a rise to the challenges to women's rights across the globe, the position of women in law is as important as ever. It is for this reason that the Nigerian Bar Association, during its annual general meeting, the AGM, in August 2019, announced its intention to resuscitate its Women Forum. This was in accordance with the 8th schedule to the NBA Constitution. Within a week of this announcement, the president of the association, Paul Usoro, a senior advocate of Nigeria, in a memorandum dated 7th September 2019, made good his promise by announcing the constitution of the Executive Committee and the council members of the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum, NBAWF, and this exco was formally inaugurated by the president on September 17, 2019, at an event in Lagos. The resuscitation of the NBAWF under President Paul Usoro's administration was carried out in line with his vision to increase active participation of women in the legal profession and national development, and to connect, advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success. A vision which contributed to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal 5 of achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls globally. Since its inauguration in August 2019, the NBAWF has done well to set up a strong foundation and solid structure that will cater to the needs of the Nigerian female lawyer, with the aim of fostering and ensuring continuity in the future. In October 2019, it made input to the USAID Draft Protection Against Sexual Exploitation and Abuse (PSEA) policy, collaborated with the United Nations Global Compact (UNGC) network to train young female lawyers, participated in discussions to explore the use of special measures to improve women's representation in politics in Nigeria in November 2019, and implemented a working group with the New York State Bar Association in 2020. As it moves from one stride to another, the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum has remained poised, with a resolve to fulfill its mandate to advance, empower, and equip women in the legal profession for success. The legal profession is increasingly
I remind you that if you'd like to be a part of this, and of course it is open to all female lawyers in Nigeria. The link is right there in the chat room. Click on it and you fill the form and just be a part of the NBAWF. It has been a rich conference with insightful contributions, perspectives from all panelists, speakers, the moderators, and of course from participants. It was also great to hear from participants who are joining in through the polls and through feedback. It's been such a great pleasure to host this event. My name is Temiko Bola. And just before we bid you goodbye, I'd like to invite the Chair, Media and Publicity for the NBA section on Business Law. She's also the Head, Media and Publicity for the NBA Women Forum and the Chairperson of the Lawyers in the Media Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, she's none other than Theodora Kilnossi. Please make
Thank you. Wow, it's been an amazing, truly amazing day. We've had an exciting run today, from the opening ceremony to the session. Very interesting sessions, very engaging sessions. Of particular interest to me was session 3, where the panelists reached a position that says, if you want a place at the table, take it, go for it, take the responsibility and pay your dues. If you ask me sincerely, I think this pretty much wraps up what we have been doing here today. It captures the essence of why we actually came here today. And as the day is past spent, it is time to say thank you to everyone who made this happen. Our sponsors, our speakers, our moderators, our panelists, and our special guests, as well as our keynote speaker. We can't thank you enough. Without you, this would not have happened at all. We say thank you to you all, and we look forward to having this conversation over and over again. The idea or the plan is to challenge stereotypes, is to challenge bias, and it is to stay focused. At the end of the day, one thing to take away from me is the fact that amidst all of this, as we're challenging these stereotypes and bias, the truth is hard work pays. We must focus on hard work. We must do the work as women. We must not relent and push the narrative that as a woman we must just get through the doors. We must be ready to do the work. Thank you very much. And I must thank the planning committee, thank the chairperson of the NBA Women Forum, the council, the ESCO, and everyone who has supported us and made this happen. We can't thank you enough. Our sponsors, you are great, you're fantastic, and you made this happen for us. God bless you. God bless you all. And we hope that you will be joining us here at the MBA Women Forum. We look forward to receiving you. Membership login, membership links are here. I think I'm going to put it on the chat box. To me, right? I'm going to put it in the chat box. Please try to register right now if you can. And we look forward to seeing you again next week. Choose to challenge stereotypes, bias, and everything. There's a training tomorrow for young female lawyers. Please do not, we're going to share the links as well. Please log in to join that training. It's going to be fantastic. It's put together by the United Nations Global Compact Network Nigeria. It's amazing. It's going to be amazing. We have very fantastic speakers. Even our professor, Oluyemisi Bangoshe, is going to be there as well. So please join in. We'll send the links now to everyone who registered for this conference, particularly young lawyers. Try to join in right away. Thank you.